So, ladies and gentlemen, very brief explanation of what the hell happened yesterday. For those of you who weren't aware, we didn't stream at all yesterday. So, some of you may not be aware of the fact that while we were streaming Starfield earlier this year, not the most recent stream, the earlier stream, we had issues, and I thought it actually had bricked my SSD. Now, thankfully, it hadn't. Everything was fine. Until last week. So, I started having issues with the SSD in question. It's my gaming drive. It's my NVMe. Now, for those of you who don't know what that means, it's a little bit better than a typical SSD because it doesn't rely on the SATA cable. It just plugs directly into your motherboard. And when I mean a little bit of issues, I mean, imagine you're flying through WoW and all of a sudden you can't move forward and none of the textures are loaded in front of you because it stopped acknowledging that the hard drive existed. So, okay, no problem. I could work with that. A simple power cycle, and the hard drive was back and functioning. And then it happened 3 more times last week. In just a couple of days. And I'm like, okay. So I pulled the plug, bought a new NVMe. A much nicer one this time, and a slightly more reliable one while we're on the subject. Went ahead and plugged that in. Or rather, got it here. I'm like, okay, I'm ready to plug it in. Problem. In order to... So... NVMe's on most motherboards are pretty much under everything else. They need the, I don't remember what it's called, but it's part of the if you ever physically look at a motherboard, you see there's like these veins in it and these lines, and there's usually a fan built into the motherboard itself. That coolant system, whatever that's actually called, is kind of mandatory for NVMe's to operate. So that's where they plug in, underneath everything else. No problem, pull out my GPU. That was actually a little bit of an irritant, whatever. Got the GPU out, got my PCIe stuff out. It's just my capture card. All right, I'm ready to go. Can't quite reach it because it's right next to my CPU, which means it's under my CPU fan. Okay, no problem. Unseat my CPU fan, pull that out, get under there. Like, okay. Finally get the thing out, swap it back in, we're good, no problem. So I grab some alcohol wipes, start wiping off the CPU, the processor, as well as the connection point on the fan, and then I go to grab my thermal paste to reapply. For those of you not aware, do not ever just reattach a fan to a CPU, ever. Always clean it off of the existing paste, and always add new paste, 100% of the time. Now, there's actually a lot of asterisks and technicallys when it comes to this, but that's a very, very good rule of thumb, and for very good reason. You don't want any air bubbles, you don't want any conductivity issues. Your CPU is by far the most delicate piece of equipment in your computer, and you don't want it overheating even a little bit. So, wiped it off, went to go grab my thermal paste to put it on. Don't have any thermal paste. Uh-oh. Near as we could tell, and this is even presumption, when we did the most recent move, last year at this point, we probably didn't bring all of my spare hardware parts with me because it was kind of a very rushed, hazardous, like, oh god, throw stuff into the truck, we need to move today kind of a situation, if you remember all the garbage that was going on with the apartment complex. So, probably lost it there. So I had to special order a deliver today bit of thermal paste. So I was actually good to go and everything was fine. But I was missing this. I had to pay a not unsubstantial amount of sum to get this here, and it didn't even show up until like 3. So that was just whatever. Now I know what you're thinking. Lord, just go to a freaking computer store and pick up something. Yeah. So there's a Best Buy. It's like 30 minutes that way. They don't carry thermal paste. There's a Staples. They're like 30 minutes that way. They don't carry thermal paste. And yes, I called. But it's okay. There is actually a computer parts store. It's about an hour and a half that way. One way. They're not open on the weekends. So the delivery really was the fastest option. So I threw up my hands and said, fine. You know, paid extra for the please get this to me today option. And just went and did other things. As best as I could. And that's the reason why there was no stream yesterday, is because I literally didn't have access to my computer. Anyways, this is just the cursed run. First it was FF16, then it was FF14, then it was FF14 again. Then the Starfield DLC took too long, and then I lost a hard drive in the process. Anyways, two other things before we actually jump into this and finally start Hellfire Peninsula. God. It's like a week later. So, you may or may not notice these numbers have shifted. Check it out. We're already over 100 gameplay positives and negatives. Woohoo! That's wow for you, right? Like, just soak that in for a second. just take that. Confetti. Now, I've also, while I was a little bit bored on my phone, I also spent a little bit of time setting up a spreadsheet. And let me tell you, you have to be really bored to do spreadsheet editing on a phone, because it's terrible interface. But if you type !wow in chat right now, you'll actually get a link to it. So I have this concept I call the Mega Man sheet. The Mega Man sheet is something I invented for the Mega Man games. And it's this kind of immediate and direct visual comparison of the things that matter most for things that are relevant to them. Like in the case of Mega Man, it's levels, right? So how good is the brickwork? How good is the sprite work? How good is the enemy displacement? So it's a way to directly compare Mega Man levels rather than just compare all of Mega Man side by side. Good way to have an additional layer of auditing and accuracy. Anyways, as you'll see, I've got the zones and the instances up so far. As we're going, we'll go ahead and add to this. What I find funniest, though, those of you watching this on YouTube obviously don't see this, but so far, story-wise, most of the zones have been net positive for the most part. Azure Mist was a net +4 to story, Exodar was +3, Eversong was +3, Silver Moon was +3. Ghostlands was -1. Blood Mist was -4. Gameplay-wise, we haven't had a single positive zone yet. No, it absolutely does not, Ganas. Because in Blood Mist, in gameplay, so we have -5 for Azure Mist, -3 for the Exodar, -7 for Blood Mist, 0 for Eversong. That's the heights that we've managed so far. -3 for Silver Moon, -9 for Ghostlands. I've also been tracking the instances so far. Once again, story and gameplay. Kara's actually got +5. We haven't actually had that bad of story access, but Molten Core got -3. And gameplay-wise, we've actually managed a +1 on Onyxia's Lair, a +1 on Old Hillsbrad, and, believe it or not, +6 for Kara. Karazin was actually pretty solid. Then we had -8 for Blackwing Lair, -2 for Rack, -5 for Tack, -3 for the opening of the Dark Portal, -17 for the Battle for Mount Hydril, and -21 for Molten Core. Thank you, Bragman, for this up. As always. Anyways, like I said, I'll be updating this as I go. Not just for interest's sake, but because it is... Yeah, exactly. No, it's a great way to immediately say, how are things lining up against each other directly, right? And again, instances and zones in this case. Now, hang on, I gotta write down Bragwin's thing really quick here. So that's going towards Dragon Age 4, Armored Core, and FF13 Patch Trail Lore. There we go. Okay. So there's one last thing to talk about here. So obviously I had backups upon backups actually when it comes to my computer, and I update those backups semi-frequently. But because I was getting spooked earlier in the week, when I had my second hiccup of the hard drive, I was like, all right, I'm going to grab a fresh backup of the hard drive. So I did. And obviously, yesterday when I got the new NVMe installed and when I got the thermal paste on, first thing I did was I copied everything back over. Now, I'm going to hop on Zolosh really quick here. Good fortune, Bragwin, and don't overstress yourself. I got a lot done. Yesterday, I mean. Got a bunch of yard work done, cleaned up the upstairs, cleaned out the bathroom, the kids' bathroom. It was a mess, as kids' bathrooms tend to be. Got completely caught up on dishes. That's the first thing for a while. Nope, didn't get to watch your video because I had no means to do so. I'm up to like the 20-minute mark. Okay, can I have some music, please? There we go. There we go. There's my music. There's my music. Alright, okay. So you're probably looking at the screen and you're thinking, okay, so what are you showing me? Nothing's different. Yeah, I've done a pretty good job of that, I'd like to think. So I don't want to say none of my settings were correct, because that's not true. So, for example, my resolution was correct. I actually stream at a very strange resolution in WoW, because it's a 5x4 resolution. So it kept that to the pixel. It kept most of my audio settings, and it kept most of the stuff that is in this menu. Most of this was correct. But all of my key bindings were gone. And none of my add-ons were there. Like, they were in the folder. Yeah, I play on windowed. They were in the folder, and they were ready to go. But they weren't actually there. And the game wouldn't acknowledge them, and even the mod installer that I use, which is CurseForce, couldn't acknowledge them. So I'm like, okay. And it was just this whole weird what the hell. And I did spend several minutes, more like an hour, trying to figure out why the hell it was going on and what was going on with it, because I couldn't figure out. And the best guess I have is that when it was copying off of the NVMe, it probably had another hiccup in the middle of that transfer. And when it was transferring the WoW stuff, some of the files got empty copied, or whatever that's actually called. For those of you not aware, when a computer copies a file to another thing, it goes in advance to the destination to make room, and essentially make a shell file there before it then replaces that with the actual file that's copied over. Right? Usually you don't even see this kind of a thing, and it's not really relevant in the modern era, because this is only really relevant back in the day with nice, slower hard drives. Near as we could tell, while it was copying over the actual drives, something got screwed up somewhere, and some of the files got shell copied and didn't actually work. Yeah, exactly. That's a presumption. I don't actually know what happened. One of the first things I did immediately after finding that out was I checked FF14 to make sure that FF14 was fine, which it is. Even my add-ons that I totally don't use in FF14 are fine. I don't know. I don't know anything. So anyways, moving on. Yeah, that was a trip. All right, so we're finally starting Hellfire. We're gonna have to mess with our add-ons a little bit because none of those are set. We'll probably have to mess with our settings too. All I did was set up Zalash. Could be a Bragwin. I don't know. If we have to go to the Promised Land. Yeah, so, yeah, this is all wrong, for example. So, for Holy Wake, we're actually disabling everything. Except for Bartender. I can't live without Bartender. So I'm going to turn that on. There we go. Okay, we should actually be good otherwise. Hang on. You know, I've been accused before of being too subdued of a streamer. That should be more whoa when it comes to streaming. So allow me to, in just a few seconds here, give a whoa. Don't worry, it's very fake. But the cause of the woe is going to be very real. It's okay. As with everything else, this is restorable. It's just I'm going to be a little irritated. That's what I thought. Sorry. Whoa! There we go. Had to exaggerate. Yeah, so you may or may not notice the problem. For bonus points, can anyone tell me the problem right now? Just do that while I fix a few things really quick here. I'll give you a second to tell me what's wrong here. The UI elements are out of place, but believe it or not, that's not actually an issue. All that stuff is templated. All I have to do is load the template, and boop, that's all fixed. There we go. Boom. That's it. Fixed. So, there's still a problem. Can anyone tell me the problem? Last chance. I'll put, let's say $1 towards your choice, because this is pretty easy to figure out. If you can figure it out, I'll put $1 towards the game of your choice.
System failure in 5, 4.
I'll give you 3 more seconds. 3, 2, 1. Look at my hotkeys in the lower left. Notice anything wrong with them? Like there's no 1 or 2 or 4 or 5 or G or F. Those are all macros. So my account macros are all still here. My character macros are gone. I noticed that immediately on Holy Wake, or Blood Elf, because I use heal macros. Because of course I do. Yeah, I might start doing that. Because what? So yeah, let's do a little macro cleanup just really quick. I don't need this anymore. That's actually an outdated macro. I don't need the Butcher macro because I'm not raiding Heimel anymore. I don't even use that add-on anymore. I don't use that add-on anymore. I don't use that add-on anymore. Decursive can still be there, of course. I had a macro for forcing Gary to drink. I might keep this macro. Oh, it didn't play. Didn't play. Okay, we'll delete that one. Okay, whatever. No. Gary, so Gary's a healer. Do you remember where it is, Riker's Beard? I mean, I doubt it's there, but that is a valid thing to check. So that would be probably in WTF. So retail, WTF, probably account. And Kargath. Let's say Noxaith. Maybe. Yep, there it is. Account cache. Or macro cache, excuse me. So those are all fine, as they should be. But those are the wrong ones. Sorry, give me a sec, I like the music for the anniversary, by the way. I mean, it's WoW music. There's like, what, one bad song in all of WoW?
Settle up and put your menagerie to the
Shut up.
test in Mount
Oh no! That's another thing that's wrong. Fix that. There we go. Okay, hang on. Sorry. Give me 1 second here, please.
Up next, we...
My wrath flows freely.
right. Yeah, that's I knew you'd know it, Huthor. I knew you would know the specific song I was talking about. Wow. Okay. So I've got bad news and worse news. The bad news is it looks, so obviously the macro cache for characters is not there. The worst news is it might be that simply by logging in, it overwrote and deleted them. Nope, it's not even here. There, for example, I'm checking my other healer. There is no macro cache for my other healer at all. The good news is most of those macros are pretty easy to override. They just rebuild. Bad news is I now need... No, this game does not want me to hit Hellfire Peninsula. That's what it is. That's what it is. The universe does not want me to hit Hellfire Peninsula. It's like, no, you're going to be stuck there in the old and crappy zones for the rest of your goddamn life. Is it a good zone? It's better than the crap zones. If nothing else, we can fly there. Which actually it doesn't get credit for, but still. Space Marine. That is a really good question. I might veto Elder Scrolls 6 if they don't change their file structure format. Oh, wow, we haven't had one to use in a while. Hey, die in a fire forever. Those usually don't squeeze through. I mean, it's true. This game was not always as good as I think it is. Thank you, Huthor, for the sub. I do have auto word keybinds, but you notice they put an umlaut or whatever over one of the vowels. Okay. Okay. 1 second, because I do want this, especially for what we're about to be doing. Let's just go ahead and make the template. Let's just do this. I didn't see... Oh, hey, someone killed the bot. 5 seconds in and someone killed the bot. First you're killing my game, then you're killing my computer, then you're killing my bot. Guys, I need to play the game at some point. There we go. Okay, hang on. Get back to this. Keep that, keep that. What is this? Oh, right. I remember that macro. Don't need that anymore. Oh my god. Just kill me. Just kill me. Keep that, keep that. Keep that. I don't need that anymore. PvPing in a long time. I still have my Syndragosa macro. That's from Wrath. Quite literally. trinket macro. There's my I'm hunting for rare pets macros. Plural. Okay. Pretty sure you can, Mr. Red. Save that. I like to see up to the top 10 SR. That's why. Usually if I'm in the top 10, I'm probably doing something right somewhere. Okay. I'll fix the rest of that off camera, because today we're focusing on my frickin' priest. Oh yeah, consequently, we might legitimately be giving additional negatives to Starfield for literal hardware failure. So I need Bubble, Flash, and Prayer of Bending. So, Bubble. I don't think it'll surpass Secret of the Stars, but I mean, you know. Yo, yeah, did you hear that part? Power Shield. Yeah, no, the game that caused that was Starfield. So, the long and the short of it, a typical program, especially a video game, a lot of the data is on the hard drive. And so you've got your hard drive, your GPU, your CPU, and your RAM. The data comes from the hard drive, and it goes to one of these things, usually through the CPU or through the GPU to the RAM. And then once it's there, it sits there, and it sits in the RAM. And once it's on the RAM, it then goes through the CPU and the GPU to get it to your input in computer and back for it, and then just kind of back and forths. Every now and again, it needs to pull new information from your hard drive to your RAM, and that's why memory bleeding is a thing, memory leaks. But anyways, that's how most games work. The game we're playing right now works that way. Starfield and Fallout 4 both directly read from the hard drive and skip the RAM. Now, that's a bad idea for basically every reason. People who aren't computer savvy could tell you how incredibly stupid of an idea that is. Like, I bet everyone in chat right now, regardless of your, whatever it is, your particular a level of computer literacy, you could probably tell me that that's a bad idea. Oh, it says so much about their mentality. Because regardless of everything else, the argument can and has been leveled that, well, it doesn't matter, right? Because, I mean, as long as you have a really good SSD, there's no problems, right? And of course, everyone's going to be gaming on an SSD, so, like, what's the issue? Let me try to explain why that's extremely stupid twice, actually. So, the first and most obvious reason why that's wrong is, what is one of the very, very first things anybody learns when it comes to designing any program of any type for any reason? Can anyone just in chat help me out here while I'm finishing this really quick? I'm almost done, I swear. At least for the moment. Yeah, programs only do what they're told to. Which means one of the first things you ever learn is how to do, I forget what it's actually called. I was trying to remember the name. It's when you try to accommodate when something goes bad, right? You don't program for things to go perfectly. That's stupid. You program for things to keep going when things break. Now, what's funny about that is that Bethesda themselves are actually, historically, are pretty good about that. Oblivion and Skyrim, for as much as people mock them, are actually astonishingly stable games. I know that sounds strange, but I mean that with total sincerity. Because a lot of the funny, weird, ridiculous nonsense bugs you see in those games are a result of the game successfully managing to continue functioning when things go wrong. So they did their due diligence and actually programmed around the fact that things would go wrong periodically. But if you program your program to only function if you have a very good, very fast SSD, you have failed. Because things only go well when they go well. If anything goes wrong at any level, everything falls apart. Point in case. If you install Starfield on an HDD, funny things happen. See, here's the deal. The overwhelming... I'm sorry for boring all of you. One of these days, I swear I'll go through that portal. The overwhelming majority of... the overwhelming majority of games have to design what a time interval is. I know that sounds strange, but if you think about it from a programming perspective, it makes sense. You need to determine what the minimum unit of time is in your code. Because, yeah, the tick, exactly. Because the overwhelming majority of your game is going to depend on that. You know, once you've defined a tick, you can define a second. Once you've defined seconds, you can do things like say, this is a 2-minute cooldown. But you can't have 2 minutes if you don't have a tick. Make sense? Most games tie that to frame rate. This is one of the reasons why if you've ever seen speedruns or bug or glitch runs, one of the first things they'll do is they'll screw with their frame rate because that adjusts the interior math, right? What the very bare bones of what the game's engine is doing. So you need to have some kind of frame of reference. From what I can tell, do not quote me on this, but from what I can tell, Starfield's frame of reference is read-write speed. That's the bare bones of its math. So, if you install Starfield on an HDD, which is nowhere near as fast as as even like a basic SSD, the game just starts working wrong. And there are plenty of YouTube videos you can pull up there of what Starfield is like in an HDD. It doesn't work. For all intents and purposes, it does not work. The second problem with constantly reading writing to an SSD. Can anyone in chat tell me what the thing is that will actually wear down an SSD? Because SSDs have decent lifespans, all things considered, and are way more reliable and way more safe than HDDs ever were. But there's one thing that can wear down the lifespan of an SSD. Other than magnets. And a hammer. Yeah, it's constant read-writing. It's constant read-writing. Now, to be clear, the quantity of read-writing necessary is so huge that you're almost never going to see that. Like, even some of my old SSDs, which I still have on my drive, still are at like 98%, right? They're fine. But when you have a drive that is constantly, non-stop read-writing, large files... Because, I mean, that's the other thing. Fallout 4 has this same infrastructure, the same architecture that Starfield does, but Fallout 4 was just Fallout 3 with a coat of paint, right? Like, it's not all that graphically impressive, to be quite frank. Starfield was trying very, very hard to be next-gen, and with extremely high-resolution textures, and tons of meshes and particles, and all kinds of crap being loaded all the time. So the level of read-write was so much higher with Starfield. And that's what it is. Alright, so... I've got my heal macros. Got my stuff. Who wants to talk about WoW for a second, now that we're 30 minutes into this video? So, I don't know if it's completely dead. It's sitting right here on my desk. I'm going to hook it up to an enclosure later and see if I can pull anything from it. I'm never going to use it again. What's a WoW? So, all the way back in the day, which was a Tuesday, there was a launch event for BC. Near as I could tell, it was just something they did for fun, and then people started expecting it. So, launch events became a thing. And every launch event has been a little bit different. So, BC's launch event was... not good. I've been debating if it deserves a negative. Because it feels weird to give it a negative for basically not being there. But then again, I absolutely am going to give Pandaria a negative for its launch event for basically not being there. So I'm kind of in a weird place here, you know. Vanilla and Kata. Yes, offshore Twitch account. Yeah, no, like, yeah, the BC event was just, hey, Kazakh, woo. It's like, okay. And that was it. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, Huthor. It was more than being just a bad launch event. It wasn't really intended to be a launch event. It was just kind of a thing people were doing. Because why not? And I'm kind of debating just giving that a pass. Because, again, it didn't really detract from the game. Unlike the Pandaria one, which I'll talk about when we get there. There's an exception for special MSQ events. Yes. We call that launch. Launch positives and launch negatives. Anyways, it culminated in all of us getting set up here because someone opened the Dark Portal. If you came to this destination in vanilla, what you would find is a giant portal which you couldn't interact with. It's like, oh, okay. And that was it. Like, there was nothing you could really do with it. So that was just kind of vanilla. What is with Mimiron's booster part, and why is it there on the portal? Either way, when this was set up all the way back in the day, yeah, you could walk through it, but nothing would happen. That's because in lore, the portal was closed. So, in lore, what happened was totally Illidan, wink, wink. It was actually not Illidan. So it was Kazakh on behalf of Cruel, on behalf of Kil'jaeden, opened the Dark Portal and staged what is effectively an intended-to-lose demonic invasion. Like, oh my god, the demons are invading. Whoa! And so the forces of the Horde Alliance put aside their differences, and this is the beginning of what I usually refer to as the Horde Alliance force. And you notice there are Horde people and there's Alliance people, because of course there are. There was demons invading. We got better things. We're not going to fight each other when demons are invading. Come on! So, we got together, the Horde Alliance force got together, and we started pushing them back, and eventually we get to the point where it's like, okay, BC is opened, and we get a quest.
Sug.
The only reason you see me standing beside Alliance soldiers is our duty outweighs our enmity. Oh, this is actually not a quest for this. Sorry. Anyways, ignore that quest. It's from Kata. We'll come back to that later. Anyways, and yeah, Alliance sentries, Horde sentries, everyone just kind of holding the line against the demon invasion that's coming through. But when it finally came to walking through, I did a thing just for fun. Because the Dark Portal itself is probably one of the most pinnacle apex artifacts in the entire setting. And I don't know how else to say that. I was trying to explain it to a friend of mine once, and he didn't even understand because nothing in the settings he was aware of had the same impact. Yeah, it's very iconic. It kind of started everything, right? So I like to do this little thing every time I go into BC, and this will probably be the second to last time I ever do this. And that is still a hell of a moment, honestly. Right there. And I love the visuals, right? They knew what they were doing. They planned it appropriately. They made sure that we could see, like, the distant warped nether going through the sky and just the random worlds floating off in the distance. And if you look around, you can see the blasted terrain and the floating landscape. And if you go further, you see the staircase itself, which, I don't know about you, but to me, this prompts me to turn around. What is this leading up to? And that's when we see this side of the Dark Portal. Now, amusingly, I already have flying, so I can just show you this. Because this is what the Dark Portal looks like on this side. Yeah, this is the actual Dark Portal right here. This is the one that they built and used and channeled a tremendous amount of fell energy into in order to connect to another world. The one on the other side was the one built by Medivh and, well, served as a bit of a pipeline for the demonic horde for a long time. And yes, we already watched the opening cinematic. And I love this moment, you know. There's a frickin' pit lord right there. And if you keep scooching forward, you'll notice that there's actually active attackers. and Horde and Alliance forces just holding the line against the forces of Kil'jaeden, trying to constantly attack us. Now, I should probably go ahead and mention that this attack, and the fact that this is actually a feint attack, a false flag operation specifically, excuse me, is a retcon. So there's something you're going to hear me refer to called Alzheimer's. It's a term I came up with to describe the fact that the writers back in BC, let's be as nice about this as we possibly can. We're not coordinating with each other. That's the nicest possible way I could ever put that. And so there was a lot of wrong storytelling, and there's no better way to put that. Inconsistent, internally inconsistent writing, and it was just, huh? So this is Illidan's forces, which are attacking the Dark Portal. Wink, wink. And that was later retconned to be the demonic forces. Again, this is a false flag operation. The whole idea here is Kil'jaeden's trying to push the Horde Alliance into attacking Illidan. Hey, it worked.
For honor.
Anyways. So, yeah, and this is the Legion expansion. No, it isn't. There's no real Legion presence here. There are pittances, small specks of Legion presence here. But again, that's part of the point, is they did not know what they were doing back then. Now, I am going to go ahead and give a story positive for this moment, if you'll forgive me. I love everything about that setup. The walkthrough, the music swelling, the very careful designing of what you see when you come through. Everything about this just perfectly sets the scene of going to another world. And the enormity of what that actually means. You know, this is... It's not like, wow, yes, this was also supposed to be in vanilla. Fun fact, Hellfire Citadel is in vanilla in the files. I've actually been there myself. I have pictures of it somewhere. I should have prepped that, because I don't know if I'd have to dig for those. But they do exist, I swear. Just trust me. They go to Canada. You've never seen them. You've never seen them. Hang on, now I've been tasked. Now I gotta see if I can find those. I know where they would be. There they are. Oh, wow, that was actually really quick. Okay, so hang on. Let me see if I can quickly and easily get these on camera. Yeah, for those of you who don't aware, the original design document for WoW was to go from what we now know as vanilla to Wrath. As you might imagine, that was judged to be completely insane. And it's worth noting Blizzard wasn't doing super well financially. I mean, they were doing fine, but they weren't doing, you know, well enough to be able to sink that kind of a cost. Here we go. So yeah, here's me. Back in vanilla, in Outland. We had some floating rocks. There was like this actually, this should look familiar, because this is actually a location that's in Hellfire Citadel. This is well before Activision. This is back in the Vivendi days. Oh yeah, the Emerald Dream used to be in vanilla too. Check it out. Obviously, some of the textures weren't there, as you can tell. This was what you would see when you first walked into Outland. Very, very first time. A little bit of a different view, as you can see. How did I get there? Anyways, avoiding that question completely. This is the beginnings of what will become Honor Hold. And then we had a big old tank here. Just a random ass tank out in the Hellfire. Yeah, I was going to say, if you look around, there's an orc battlefield kind of a thing going on. You may or may not notice I'm on a mage.
For honor.
There's the Pit Lord. He actually has a name. I can't remember it, though. He's actually in modern Hellfire. And just this tower, which actually is over there to my right in the actual game. And that's it. There wasn't actually much to see here. I was really disappointed by it. But I bothered to take screenshots because it's me. So there you go. Hellfire was actually in vanilla. That. Yes, Lord Haremont. It's okay. That was long ago and on a different account. Yeah, you can really see how modern Hellfire was developed based on that. So let's go ahead and start doing our quests.
What do you need?
Aided by the Alliance, my forces will hold the line here. But I need you to deliver my report to General Krakork in Thralmar. With his help, we'll be able to drive these demons back to the abyss that spawned them. Go speak with her.
For the Horde.
She'll give you a free flight path. Which sounds strange, but was what really new back in BC. The idea of just getting a flight path as a way to start things off and bypass parts of the zone. You're Orion's new messenger. I pray you fare better than the last one. With the Legion pressing in, you'd never make it to Thralmar on foot.
Farewell.
That's why we're going to go ahead and give you a flight
What
path.
can I do for you?
It's not even actually a flight path if you're paying attention. Oop.
May your blade.
It's just a like a scripted one. There, that's the tower on the right I was talking about. I don't mind giving Bobby Kotick a lot of blame because he was the money person at Active Blizzard. But I do also agree that for as awful as Bobby Kotick is, and he is an evil man who deserves to die, the fact of the matter is Vivendi as a company was worse to Blizzard, which is really sad when you think about it. There they are. No. That should be J. No, that's still wrong. No, that's right. And then... Yeah, no, I noticed that too. Sorry, Asmira I didn't mean to, like, overwrite this. It's just my settings are still wrong, and I'm trying to fix that. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so, sorry, let's talk about that. So, yeah, we fly over the initial tower we're going to be interacting with. We fly over most of the zones we're going to be fighting the initial bounce of demons. And we fly over where the initial orc attack is happening. So, new town song. A lot of new music in BC. Done by, I can't remember his name, but it's the guy who did the Diablo 2 music. And it shows. Let's do a really quick glance at the town here. So this is our primary town for the zone. So Hellfire Peninsula is one of the more modern styles of zones. There's actually two towns for this. The Horde get Thralmar and Whatchafig Post, and the Alliance get Honor Hold and Whatchafig Other Post. I don't remember the names. Don't ask me right now. Matt Ullman, I think that's right. This one's fairly basic. There's not much to be said about it. It does have a problem, which I may or may not ding for it. I probably won't. By the time you get to Elland, you are supposed to have a mount. In fact, you might even have a fast mount. And of course, we're reviewing the game now. The odds of you being level 20 when you get here are very high, which means you have this, flight. So we're going to review Hellfire as if we have flight, and that is going to change certain elements of it, which is good, because Hellfire Peninsula is huge. I don't think I properly conveyed this when I was talking about Ghostlands and, you know, Fellmist and all that. Or, sorry, Bloodmist. But, like, Outland zones, like these kind of large zones, these are much, much, much larger in terms of physical terrain. As you can see just by the fact that I literally can't even see the edge of the zone to the right, and I can't even see the edge of the zone to the left. Yes, Outland was definitely built with flight in mind, 100%. I have argued for years that even the zones that they claim were not built for flight were. And I can actually name a specific example of that. That would be Legion. So, looking around, it's alright. You know, there's nothing super fancy about it. It does more of a narrative purpose than anything else. This feels like a camp that they've just plopped down. I mean, for God's sakes, they have an honest-to-God wooden palisade. You can tell these people just showed up. So, palisade, a crude guard tower. We know how terrible orc guard tower is. Another guard tower over there. A quick house, couple of huts, and the actual fortress and inn. And that's it. That's the town. By contrast, across the way there, you'll see Alliance have actually fortified walls, as well as, you know, stone and mortar and brick, which makes sense. But it also makes sense, as we'll showcase when we go over there on the Alliance, that their walls and stone is all broken down to the point of being barely functional. In fact, there are gigantic swaths of holes in those walls. Because those people have been here since Warcraft 2. Jesus Christ. Anyway, so there's a couple of bits of little storytelling as we're going through. I was kind of hoping this guy would start talking while I was roaming around. But you notice there's a bunch of Blood Elf pilgrims. Several people who have specifically made the trip through the Dark Portal. And I want you to think about that for just a second. The front lines of the Dark Portal are currently a battlefield. And yet Blood Elves are still rushing through, desperate to try and reach this area because, well, the Blood Elves are trying to reach the Promised Land. Remember, that was a thing that was mentioned 3 times. I was keeping track. 3 times that was mentioned back in Eversong. And they're trying to reach their new land because their land is cursed and attacked and doomed, and let's just bail. The overwhelming majority of the opinion is just, let's just bail on Silvermoon. Let's just bail on Quel'Thalas. It's not worth it. Which is funny when you consider that from a modern perspective, especially counting midnight. Anyways. They're not doing... Come on, talk. Talk, please. Please. I'll be your best friend. Come on. Notice, however, so some tiny little bits of effort are being put into more of the background storytelling than you've been seeing in most of the zones we've seen so far, even though they were BC zones. Like, we've got roaming packs of patrols, we've got people talking to some of the other NPCs, we've got peons working on siege weapons, we've got that guy over there, he's actually another peon, he's just carrying goods to and from some of the areas, we've got that guy over there who's trying to watch over their worgans, you know, stuff like that, right? There's some decent visual storytelling going on here, which obviously Vanilla never had and never will. Sorry. That's actually a good point, though, Huthor. They have literally bailed on their homeland at least once, and they almost did a second time before this time where they're trying to do it a third time. Would this count as brickwork? Honestly, in the broad category of visual storytelling, yes, but to me this feels a little bit more like... I don't know, we could just call this brickwork. Because it's kind of a catch-all, right? And brickwork is kind of the catch-all. We are a ramshackle series of huts and wood slammed together in the middle of a blasted landscape. We're probably reliant primarily on supplies and resources coming through the portal because there's just so little here to harvest. Like, I know this is a dumb thing, but really think about just the basic concept of food. Even this song that's playing right now is very morose, isn't it? It's got a little bit of a military drumbeat underneath of it, but there's not much here. It's just kind of this quiet, low thing. It really does as Miristar. Something you'll notice in a lot of the vanilla and BC stuff is a lot more emphasis on using Warcraft 3 buildings in a way that makes sense in lore. One of my favorite examples of that is the human barracks. And there's a lot of cool quests in vanilla, which I will give vanilla credit for, where a human barracks, rather than being just something you plop down 4 of in the middle of a base, is like a major installation in lore. And so you'll see an entire town centered around one barracks, right? Just to name an example of that. And that's cool. Like, I like that. I like the approach and the natural visual continuity from Warcraft 3 straight into WoW. As someone like me who played the crap out of Warcraft 3, I appreciate it. Okay, this guy's refusing to talk, so we're just going to move on. Jackass. Alright, let's actually do some quests. A report from Orion. Give it here! Damn. It's just as we feared. Orion and his warriors could be overrun at any moment. I'll rally what troops I can and send them to aid the forces of the Dark Portal. The Legion will not soon forget the battle cry of the Horde. As for you, you've done a great service for Thrallbar this day. I expect you'll be great help to us here if you have the wits to survive.
Go with honor.
Though our warriors are without peer, our hold on this wasteland is tenuous. Report to Nazgul inside the barracks. He has need of agents such as you. If we can't protect our holdings here, we'll be of nose to anyone. Now, go. Okay, this is something that I'm sure Huthor would disagree with me on, because I'm pretty sure if I said the sky was blue, Huthor would disagree with me on it. However, one thing that really worked for me when it came to BC's approach to storytelling over Vanilla's, it's not like Vanilla didn't have storytelling. It had quite a bit, actually. But BC, the vibe shifted. In Vanilla, pretty much universally, we were some rando adventurers, and that's it. Now, that's fine. I actually have no problem with that. But I do like that it shifted, because in BC, we shifted from that to being more like part of the solution. Getting to the point, we weren't actually heroes yet. We wouldn't be heroes until Wrath, actually. But we were definitely starting to be noticed amongst the higher-ups and actually relevant to things. Like, so shifting from rando, adventurers and rando questers a little bit up to being agents. And that's a word they'll start using for a while now. Yeah, exactly. No, we're level 60 when this first happened. And yeah, exactly, Valerian. People are going to start being like, hey, you're going to be helpful. Go deal with this. Now, to be clear, what I personally think should have happened is we should have kind of bounced back and forth between being, you know, the heroes and just being another dude, right? That's one of the big shifts there, because part of the problem is, you know, in Vanilla we were nobody, in BC we're getting there, and Wrath we're the heroes. But then in Kato we're the heroes, and then in Pandaria we're the heroes, and then in Warlords we're the heroes, and then in Legion we're the heroes, and then in BFA we don't exist. And then in Shadowlands we're, like, cosmically unique. Did they ever explain that? And then in Dragonflight we go back to being the adventurers. And then we scooch forward to War Within, where, once again, we're mostly just adventurers. And that's my point. I feel like it should have had a bit more of a wave kind of a thing going on to it. Similar to what FF14 did with Dawn Trail, where we're basically on vacation for the whole expansion, right? There needs to be some kind of up and downs, rather than just, you're the hero, okay, you're the hero, okay, you're the hero. Personally, I think Kata would have been the perfect time. Yeah, kidding, Lord Heaven. I think Kata would have been the perfect time to bring things down a bit, as weird as that sounds, and then move things back up for Pandaria, and then pull things back down for Warlords in order to move things back up for Legion. I think that would have been a much better process there. My opinion. Anyways, just thought I'd comment on that, because, like I said, the quest structure is going to be a little different going forwards.
What do you need?
Yeah, this is Nazgul. He's from Warcraft 3. Frozen Throne, specifically. Actually, I think he was in Vanilla. Yeah, WoW needed a breather expansion. Finally got one. God, technically we're still in the middle of one, but we'll get to that later. We've already lost many brave warriors to this cursed wasteland. I have little interest in sending more untested recruits to the slaughter. Still, if General Krakork sent you to me, he must have seen something in you. What say you then? Will you serve your war chief with honor? No. However, I'll serve the council with honor.
Be safe.
Though this land is full of strange new enemies, the Burning Legion is still the greatest threat to our expedition. Wink, wink, it's definitely the Burning Legion. Believe us on this. One of my most trusted warriors, Sergeant Shatterskull, has been studying Legion tactics, trying to discern the demon's true purpose in this land. Seek him out at the supply caravan just outside the southern wall. And be wary of the Legion. Their evil cannot be underestimated.
For the Horde. Loktar.
Bone chewers. They should all die. The sight of their red skin and depravity makes my blood boil. I have a mission for you. Kill bone chewer orcs, and collect their troll ears. This is a troll ear-esque quest, by the way. In fact, it's also a bit of a bottleneck. I hate this quest. Go get blood from the orcs. Don't worry, most orcs don't have blood. I mostly listen. Man, I listen so the war chief doesn't have to. I've heard of your status in our campaign against Hellfire Citadel, and that's a quest I shouldn't be interacting with yet, so we're gonna leave that quest there. You know, the blood quest is... So, let me grab another quest first. There's one more. And then we're going to talk about launch negatives. Finally. Like 3 days later. Hang on. Would you believe it? These orcs hired me to help them shore up damaged fortifications and build explosives. What a dream job. Too bad we're so short of materials, but a clever goblin like myself learns to make do. Can you help me? I need salvaged wood and metal from the ruined battlements, down by the Path of Glory. Go down there and salvage. Watch out for those redskins. When you're done, come back for big rewards.
Glad I could help.
Having to go pick it up at midnight. Oh man, I wish I was there for that. Yeah, the Blood Elf dude is just refusing to talk. He has a line that I remember specifically where he talks about how amazing it is because you can literally reach down and drink the mana directly from the land. And everyone's like, oh my god, that sounds like heaven and paradise. And he's not lying. You really can just reach down and grab the mana from the land. Anyways, let's talk about launch negatives. So, how many of you were in Hellfire Peninsula at launch? Raise my hand. This led to... Blizzard has actually used this lesson pretty much ever since. They've never stopped developing based off of this particular lesson. Because... if you're paying attention, there's the Dark Portal. And then you come through it, and so there's the Horde camp right there, and the Alliance camp right there. That means 100% of the players who had just started BC for the first time came through here. This zone was a bottleneck. And this bottleneck was terrible. It was laggy, it was broken. Sometimes loot wouldn't work at all. If you were on a PvP server, this whole thing devolved into a chaotic sprawl in minutes. Yeah, there's actually PvP objectives. You can actually see them right there. The stadium, the overlook, and the broken hill. This is a terrible idea. This is why we haven't been discussing launch negatives until we got here, because this is where it was relevant. I should also mention that it's actually worse than it sounds. Because in addition to the fact that this is a bottleneck zone with tons and tons of players in one spot, all those players have bottleneck quests. If you're paying attention, we start off with 2 quests. Technically 3, but the third quest is also going to be the same problem. And that is the 2 quests right down there. Go gather the loot, you can see them right there, the salvage metal and the salvage wood, and go kill those mobs. So every 60 who just poured into this zone is not only all in the same zone, they're all in the same spot. All killing the same mobs for the same loot. Hang on, it actually gets worse than that. Because you might notice, and this was actually the beginnings of Smart on their behalf, there was the Horde side over here, right? And then there's the Alliance side over there. So, no crossover, right? Here's the catch. The mobs and the items spawn on both sides. And players very quickly figured out that if this side was camped, you could just go over to the Alliance side. And vice versa. Now, I was actually playing Alliance at this particular point in history. So, I remember coming over to the Horde side over here and trying to grab some of this stuff, because the Alliance side was turbo-camped. And, spoilers, the Horde side was turbo-camped too, because I wasn't the only Alliance over here. Just like there were several Horde over there. In other words, this was everybody from both factions, everybody who had a 60 and was here and excited to play the new expansion, was all of this one screen, desperately trying to get blood, metal, and wood. This is not an exaggeration. Me and a couple of my friends managed to get here. And the way I stress this is important. Managed to get here, because just zoning in was a thing, and then physically reaching it was a thing. The flight path didn't even work half the time. And we spent that entire day trying to do these 2 quests. We did not succeed. By the way, because this is a BC quest, quest drop rates were not 100%. Yeah, this isn't a great quest now. But I want you to understand how bad this was at launch. So this is our first of 3 launch negatives we are giving this game. No, 4, sorry. First of 4 launch negatives we're giving this game. Because this did not work out well at all. Hey, Dragon Player, thank you very, very much for a full year of support. And I will put that anniversary sub towards some things if you give me a second. No. BC is the best expansion. It's the greatest expansion ever. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. No, the one everyone constantly nostalgia-gasms about is Wrath. Don't mistake me, Wrath is good. But anybody expecting it to be the best scoring expansion, no. Just gonna lay that out there right now. So I got that for Snufkin, Fallout New Vegas, and Kingdom Hearts 1. And thank you, Ciela. My day is... well, it's going. I'll put that towards Killzone, Lundra, and Bug Fables. Yeah. Anyways, this is, believe it or not the worst launch we've had, but like, for those of you who played FF14 and you remember, what was it, Savage Roban, this is kind of the same general problem, but a little bit worse than that. So I think we'll go ahead and call that a double and move on. Then we have to talk about this quest. Yeah, Raban Extreme, that was it. So yeah, I've kind of already talked about this because I don't have much to add to it. These you have to kill these guys. So there's scavengers, and there's the evoker, and they're fine. You know, they're reasonably easy to kill. But there's, I should probably mention, there's also the raiders over there, and the raiders were a little bit rougher. And I guess you could argue whether this is good or bad. I'm mostly talking about this from a historical perspective because nowadays this is whatever. But back in the day, the other problem with this place is you would be... Remember, mobs don't share at all. That tech wasn't invented until warlords. So, you would be fighting stuff and dying, and Valerian would give you as a sub or donation, and another player would run up to you and watch you die so that they could claim credit for it, so that they could get your tag. And trust me when I say, you would probably die. Again, nowadays we're fine, because this is war within at this point. But this was still the BC era, and it was still reasonably possible, especially if you got 2 or 3 mobs pulled at once. And notice there's a lot of bone chewers here. So you just be like, Now, I feel like I answered that on Discord, but to repeat that out loud for the VOD, yes, when there are substantial, noticeable negatives to gameplay design, things that they have since fixed, things that caused people to quit the game, in some cases permanently, I think that probably qualifies for a launch negative. Looking at you, Cataclysm. Yeah, no, vanilla... BC was interesting, because BC was a very experimental expansion. Which sounds familiar, doesn't it? And they were still throwing a lot of things at the wall to see what stuck. We've actually already seen that in the 2 Draenei zones and the 2 Blood Elf zones. So, as a consequence, whenever you do anything experimental, whether it works or not is going to depend a little bit more on you, the individual, than it is on whether or not it's actually good or not, because they're trying stuff. And when you try stuff, inevitably, you land upon something that someone somewhere enjoys, right? I think that's one of the reasons why BC is so memorable, is because they were just distending in all kinds of directions. And constantly being irritated by Vivendi, but that's neither here nor there. This is also arguably when Vivendi was at their worst, was during BC. Now that's debatable, of course, and there's some ifs and ands and ups and downs we can talk about there. But from my own limited research on this, mostly during the lore runs, this is all going from memory at this point. Vivendi was definitely Vivendiing it up in BC. Jackasses. Yeah, Wrath was still a bit experimental. They even talked about some of the experiments. Like, for example, one of their big experiments in Wrath was having a very strong central story arc. Now, I know that sounds strange, because if you're paying attention, there are central stories in BC. In fact, there are several. In fact, there are stories that started in Eversong that will not finish until we finish the entire expansion. So there's definitely an MSQ here. But Wrath was trying to make it a little bit more obvious, you know, give it more focus. Like, not to give away too much, but like characters would literally show up and be like, hey, what's up? I'm here to advance the plot in Wrath. Whereas in BC, it was mostly in the background, and if you weren't paying attention, it's not too surprising that you would miss some of that. It's not judgment in one direction or another, it's just showcasing how different their approach was. Now, unfortunately, Valerian just decided to dump some money on my head, which I will accept only because I did just have to buy a new hard drive. I mean, just to give a specific example... Whoa, up. Just to give a specific example of how experimental they were getting in Wrath. Everything to do with, oh god, I can't remember his name. The troll. Someone remember his name. Anybody? Drakuru! That's him. Everything to do with Drakuru. That is a quest chain following a single individual across 2 zones. That was essentially unheard of. And he specifically and directly interacted with the player character, too. In fact, it's even weirder because, I mean, dungeons have always been part of the MSQ of WoW. That goes back to vanilla. Dead Mines, right? And Ragefire on the other side. But that was like, it starts in the zone, and it just starts as some other random secondary quest. And then it escalates, and then it goes into a dungeon. And then it comes out of a dungeon, and then it goes into the quests of the next zone. And yeah, as we scooch forward, every single expansion throughout the entirety of this run will have a little bit more voice acting than the previous one. Well, that's an interesting question, Ganas. Stab! Alright, Ganas is dead. Okay, cool. Now that Ganas is dead, I can move on with my statement. I suppose you could argue that point, Ganas, and I have no counter-argument to give you. But to me, personally, it feels different. Because you're right, there was actually two story arcs going through the East and the West Plaguelands, if you remember. Obviously, there was Tyrion's line, but there was also everything to do with Darrowshire. You remember that? And that was definitely main quest material. There's also the entire chain going through the Blasted Lands with Razalik and probably something else. Could be it as far as I mean, there was also the Defias chain. Although the Defias chain, that one just stopped at a certain point. Like, you hit Stockades, and it's like, hey, we exposed one corrupt senator. One. And it's like, okay, everything's good forever. But wait, it keeps going a little bit, and then the quests just stopped. As if they forgot that existed, because this was vanilla. Point being, there were main story quests, and they did dip in and out of zones, and blah, blah, blah. It's just, to me, personally, it felt like the Drakuru chain was a much bigger attempt at doing the same concept, but more focus. I keep using that word, because it's not like vanilla didn't have story, that's nonsense. But it felt like vanilla didn't have nearly as much story focus, right? It was there. It was optional. It was there, something you could enjoy if you wanted to. But in Wrath, it was front and center. Now, that's just my opinion. My worthless, terrible opinion. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to go cut myself. There we go. Oh, it feels better. These wounds. And yeah, BC's story. There is, once again, MSQ in BC. So I hinted at this earlier. For example, the entire chain that goes from Eversong to Sunwell, right? The Blood Elf story arc, the Blood Elf main story quest, does go throughout the course of the entire expansion, from literally the starter zone all the way up to and concluding with the final raid. But a lot of that is kind of quiet in the background, and a whole lot of it is actually completely skippable. To use just a random example, this is one of my personal favorites. We interact with a guy here, and Pethelian. We interact with Pethelian in this very zone. As a part of interacting with him, he gets pushed up against by the Cenarian Expedition. Now, the Cenarian Expedition has their own cool story arc thing going on. I won't bore you with right now. But he gets pissy that the Cenarian Expedition dares to try and heal the land that he is so studiously trying to destroy. And that leads to what happens down in Terakar. And what happens down in Terakar then serves as a bit of a hint of what that much arcane and fell energy can do to a place, which then leads directly to Netherstorm, right? Like, so there's obviously an MSQ chain there. And it's actually kind of a cool story, but you can see what I mean when I say it feels so much more background. Or maybe you can't see what I'm saying, and I'm describing this extremely terribly, in which case I apologize, and I'll immediately stab myself. Now, if you'll excuse me, thank you, Valerian, very, very much. Nothing aggro me. Nothing aggro me. Okay, we're good. Who's Anvina again? Excuse me, Anvina. I've got to pronounce that correctly. Yeah, there's nothing to do with the Ethereals. That story arc is still going, by the way. The Ethereals are still relevant. They're in the most recent raid as of now, the current expansion. I saw the question here, but give me 1 second. Let me jot this down. So we've got... remember having to pay people to open lockboxes to raise... Yes! Yes, I do! So quest 2, and then WoW, patch within, and then WoW, patch... No, that's FF14, sorry, FF14, patch trail. And then I also got a sub there from Spartan. 2. Thank you, Spartan, for your support always and ever. I will jot that down for Dead Space 1R, Detroit Prime Hunters, and Dealer's Choice. Was this zone always burned? No. So, one of the most common trends of the setting is that any extended exposure to fell magic does not do the land good. It does not do a body good. We can see what that happens in the immediacy in both Warlords and Legion, as we see literal, fell landscapes. But over time, it leads to stuff like this. We actually see this in the Netherstorm as well, but also in Shadowmoon Valley. It's all over the place. It's not great. So, this is also one of the reasons why the Blasted Lands looks the way it does, even though, by all accounts, the Blasted Lands used to be the Black Morash Swamp. We actually see what the Blasted Lands used to look like in that dungeon we've already done at this point. Yeah, fell magic is entropic magic in one of the most literal senses of the word. It burns life. Life is its fuel. And that doesn't... It could be soul, it could be person, it could be plant, it could be creature, it doesn't matter. So yeah, this place did not always used to look like this. This used to be the Tanan jungle right here. Now, there's a couple of asterisks there, because... So, when it comes to RTSs, most RTSs have tile sets. And tile sets are lengthy, expensive things to make. You don't want to make too many tile sets, because every tile set you make is a ton of work, right? So a lot of games, especially in the Warcraft 2 era, but even in the Warcraft 3 era, would have like one tile set for an entire region. Like, for example, Outland. So there was the tile set for Outland, and the tile set for Outland looked like this. So what we're looking at right now is pretty much based off of just that tile set. The reason that's relevant is several people came here and were expecting the entire world to look like this. And I remember seeing an interview about this. I don't remember who it was, so forgive me. Where they were talking about how originally that was actually the plan, and then they realized very quickly that having an entire expansion, a whole continent of one tile set would get extremely boring. And thus we have Zangarmarsh and Terrakar and blah, 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 all the other zones, right? Yeah, Northrend is another good example. There was one Northrend tile set, and that was it. Okay, while we're running, what do we got? So we've got one new Shadow Talent. Let's talk about our Shadow Talents briefly here. Pop a bubble. Come on, despawn. Despawn. Stop existing. There you go. Let's see. So we're down to our next tier now. So I want to talk about the Shadowcraft challenges really quick. But we've got Unfurling Darkness, which makes Vampiric Touch give a second effect. We've got Dark Ascension, which is a buff. Void Eruption, which is an AoE. We've got our first access to AoEs. No, I agree, Lord Harriman. It's got its own style to it, and I do like it for what it is. But yeah, if this was just the whole thing, that would suck. Anyways, this is a synergy spell, and this is Mind Spike, which actually replaces Mind Flame. But let's talk about Shadow Crash. So a friend of mine was looking at this just a few days ago. This is a relatively recent change. And you notice that we have Shadow Crash or Shadow Crash. Wait, but this one's Shadow Crash. Okay, so they both are 40 yard and both are 20 seconds. And both do 100 damage to all enemies within 8 range. They also both generate 6 insanity. What's the difference? Now, I actually like this a lot. I do, legitimately and unironically. Because one of these is a targeting reticule you just paint on the ground. And the other one launches it at whatever your target is. So you, the player, get to decide how this spell operates. I actually am going to grab that because having an AoE is nice, and there's some synergies we can grab with that. So we now have our first AoE. Whoops. There we go. Now, those of you in chat, I know we've been stopping and talking briefly because we've talked about the portal, and we've talked about the train, and I said thank you to Valerian for being an awesome person. But have you noticed something? Has anyone noticed something about this? It's that we just finished the blood quest just now. The reason I'm bringing this up is some of my viewers on YouTube have gotten a little bit confused and think that I'm reviewing the game as if it's still back in the day. To be clear, I am not. That's not my policy. My policy is to review a game now, in the current state that it's currently in. That's important because this quest still sucks. Now, with flight and without the ability, with the ability to pull multiple mobs without dying and without tons and tons of competition, this quest still sucks. So let's go do this chain. Really, really minor thing. We see an Arcus here who's actually wearing tier 3 armor. Holy crap. Most players probably didn't even recognize that because, what was it, like 0.4% of players went into Noxramas, but I was one of the 0.4%. We got up to four horsemen. I was very proud of that. So I'm like, oh my god, this guy's a real deal. That's so cool. Anyways.
Blood and thunder.
No doubt you saw the Legion's warriors dotting the landscape on your flight from the Dark Portal. Though we defeated them at the Battle of Hyjal some 5 years... Oh yeah, and hey, check it out. This is what the mage does. Check it out.
Dabu.
You got this, guys. I can't move. I'm stun locked. It's actually funny. Good is they will kill this crap for me, but I'll just go ahead and get involved. God damn it, it keeps doing that. You know what? You know what? I have an add-on for that. I know this because I just got it set up. Whoop, not that one. That one. There we go. There we go. Okay, anyways. Hey, there we go. Okay.
Strength and honor. For the Horde.
I think I know who that is. We defeated... He moved. We defeated the Legion 5 years ago. Totally defeated the Legion, wink wink. The cursed demons just keep coming back for more. If it's a challenge they crave, then the Horde will answer it in kind. We Orcs have more than a score to settle with the Legion. What about you? Shall I tell you of our enemy?
Strength.
Doomlord Kazak commands the Burning Legion in Outland. Well, we can't get to Kazak yet. I'm gonna accept this quest so I can just, like, get away from this. Oh god, run, 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 run! Ah, run away! Run away! Well, we can't get to Kazak yet, because he's up there and he requires flying. We can and must get to his lieutenants that command the ground troops. They have stationed dreadlords in Fellspark Ravine, east of here. They are responsible for these infernal storms that rain on our head. Take them and your minions out, and it'll be a great setback to the Burning Legion. He's also a world boss. He should be visible on the map. Nope, I'm wrong. So first we do the Ravine quest. This is a coup. It's a coup quest. Check it out. AoE! Woo! AoE, I'm so powerful. Is Daze still a native? So we haven't actually talked about Daze yet, believe it or not. But we will. We will. For now, I kind of want to push through this a little bit. You know, I don't actually remember, truth be told, Spartan. It's been a while. So this is our second bottleneck. Now this is a lot easier of a bottleneck because this is just kills, but once again, remember that back in the day, all of these didn't share. So unless you were in the party, this was a whole lot of competing for tags. Still, once you got past the blood, it opened up a little bit. Then we get to the other problem, which we'll get to as soon as we finish this quest. So let's go kill some more Infernals here. I should mention that the Horde and Alliance both have versions of these quests. And just like before, you can go to the other person's camp and work on their version of the quest if for whatever reason you feel like it. You can't share credit, and if you're on a PvP server, you'll probably die, but you can. You can. It's a thing. Let's see, I need 2 more of those. Oop, up. Ah, my greatest enemy is a priest. A large number of small enemies. I might actually die to this. Kargath. Casual. It is a nice introduction to things. It's not terrible quests, they're just bad quests. Like, we can go down from here, you know what I mean? I know Huthor would disagree with this, but quite frankly, there are many more vanilla quests that are much worse than this. And I once again revert to, like, the Badlands. Or the Burning Steppes, oh my god. Or the Searing Gorge. All 3 of those zones kind of sucked. Or 1,000 Needles. Or Tannerus. Oh my god, you remember Vanilla Tannerus? Oh yeah, no, I did the same thing, Krasusu. What's so bad about these zones? Well, obviously back in the day it was worse, but you probably missed it, Spartan, because you hate me, but you may or may not have missed it. It took me 30 minutes to do a single quest, because the drop rates are just terrible. So, you know, that sucked. But also, one of the biggest problems that the BC had here, and again, this is something it wouldn't solve until Kata, is you needed to kill X of specific mobs. Not any mobs, specific mobs. If those mobs are dead, well, it sucks to be you. And thus we run into the cherry-picking problem. Now, that's an interesting statement, Uthor. Do you mind clarifying? I mean, I know you think that vanilla is the best thing since sliced bread, and I don't begrudge you that. But you gotta at least clarify why, man. I mean, come on. Oh, the vanilla zones. Sorry. So what was bad about the vanilla zones? Oh, Jesus, I don't even know where to start. Absence of quest design, bad quest design, low drop rates, irritating enemies, no thought about... Like, I can't remember the specific quest in Badlands, but there was one where it was like, there's an area. You need to kill X. There are X, Y, and Z there. There are the fewest X than there are Y and Z. X is the rarity. So if you kill like 2 X's, they don't drop anything. And then you have to like kill all the Y's and all the Z's just to respawn the X's, maybe. Because it's all drawn from the same pool, right? Outstanding work. The frequency of the attacks is sure to lessen. I say as you're currently in the middle of getting attacked. Oh my god! Ah! Ah! Run! Run! Oh god. Were they about as bad as their equivalents on Kalimdor? Yeah. I mean, you probably didn't hear me mention Tannerus in there, but yeah, all the 40 zones, like really, all the 40 zones sucked. But you know, my opinion, the actual worst zone in vanilla, probably the Hinterlands. Just...
What do you need?
The Hinterlands. So, now for the bad news. I've got your orders. Why not? I don't have a weapon equipped. Holy crap.
Dabu.
That's amusing. Your battle prowess has been noted by High Command. They want to send you to the front lines teaming up with Main Fist. They're radicals, devoted to the complete extermination of the Burning Legion. You'll fit right in. Head east about 200 paces, then veer south at the jutting mass of land. You'll see Reavers Fall where an old farm used to stand. Report to Forward Commander Toark.
Go forth to victory.
Yeah, pretty much, Blade 12. There's always... Whoops. So this is actually a bit of visual storytelling. This is a Fell Reaver that these guys have managed to pull down. Notice it's a fairly large group. Like, this is not a small group that was required to take this thing down. You're probably thinking, what's a Fell Reaver? Well, We'll see one at some point. We actually saw one earlier, but it looks like he's not roaming this part of the map right now, so I can't show you at the moment. But he's a gigantic demonic golem, and that's pretty much the easiest way to answer that.
Who you be?
So you'll be the one responsible for clearing out Fellspark, eh? That's good to hear. We need soldiers like you who can take these fiends head on.
Be seeing ya.
Directly east of here on the Legion front, spaced across the front are infernal portals, used to bring reinforcements to Hellfire Peninsula and throughout Outland. We're going to destroy those. Take these primers, designed in Area 52. They use the demon's own power as an explosive. Defeat Legion forces around the portal to gather demonic runestones and use the primer to detonate the runestones. Return to me when your mission is complete.
Spirits be with ya, man.
Okay, I can do that. And yeah, Wrecker's Beard is quite correct. Sorry, I'm not trying to bash vanilla. I don't need an excuse to bash vanilla. Heyo. But no, for real, I'm not trying to bash vanilla. I'm just remembering the bad old days. Every time someone talks about the good old days, I just think there were good old days. Is that a thing? Did days be good in the past? Yeah, so these quests, see, these are probably the actual worst quests, like, objectively. Personally, I dislike the blood quests more for reasons I think I've already explained. But the way these quests worked is you kill these mobs, and they have a chance to drop a quest item. When you get 4 of those quest items, you can then use it to destroy the portal. So, practically speaking, you only need to kill 8 enemies, loot their things, and get the thing. But... well, as you've seen, we already don't have what you'd call a particularly good drop rate. Also, I should mention, and this is kind of tying into what Huthor was talking about, these particular quests were extremely mean. You notice how extremely tight these enemies are? So it's really easy to overpull if you're not paying careful. And hell, even now, in War Within era, I have to actually pay a little bit of attention to not just mulch through these and not die. Imagine doing this as a clothy back in the day by yourself. Spoilers, you couldn't, at least not unless you were geared. I should know. I leveled a mage through this. What are we up to? 4, so I can get 1 now. Get out of the way. Well, most of the people I knew who were doing this had Nax gear. And Nax gear wasn't replaced for quite a while. Stop aggroing me. I'm just trying to blow up your portal. Yes, that portal right over there. Wait, what's the issue here? My audio feels wrong. No, that's right. It's just that quiet. Okay. Let's go and blow this sucker. At some point. Please. There we go. So that's an interesting question, Lord Harriman. Let's talk about MMO expansions and itemization. They've actually changed their minds. I'm going the wrong way. They've changed their minds on how they think of this philosophically speaking several times over the years. But if you had endgame raid gear in vanilla, you were good to go, honestly, until you started raiding in BC. I knew people who wouldn't replace set bonuses because set bonuses were really, really good in Tier 3. Until they started raiding, I think it was Gruul's Lair. Couldn't think of the name of it for some stupid reason. Like, that was when they officially started actually replacing gear. Because it was just that good. It was that worthwhile to hold on to. Now, part of that's the set bonuses. And one of the things they've done since then, in order to adjust for that, is most set bonuses no longer apply above a certain level. So the moment the set bonus goes away, the set becomes much, much less worthwhile, encouraging you to try and get to the new gear. Whether that's a good thing or not, that's up to you. I'm not in favor of the loot treadmill. I never have been, and I never will be. I've simply seen too many games that kind of bypass the loot treadmill completely and are still engaging in interesting games, even in terms of progression. So the idea of mandating a loot treadmill in order to mandate progression is not something I agree with. Having said that, if you just walked out here with your typical gear, you would be fairly underpowered. However, you'll notice almost every single one of these quests is giving me gear, so you would get geared up pretty quickly. This leads to Crayola. So the Crayola problem is exactly what it sounds like.
Quick about your
We actually had a suit during the lore run, if you remember, which was the Crayola suit, which is primarily made of BC gear. The Crayola suits were, well, I mean, they're exactly what they sounded like. I don't know what else to add to that. BC gear is hilariously mismatched from itself. And so you'd get like a piece in a single quest chain. Like there was no coherency, right? There was no visual coherence. This is something they actually fixed in Wrath. And every expansion since then has had like your leveling appearances, and then your dungeon appearances, and then your raid appearances, and your set appearances. But in BC, it was just whatever. There was no consistency. There was just gear that they would just fling at you. And so you'd have someone with like a golden chest piece and like blue fishnet, and then like green boots, and like a purple staff with like weird light blue gloves. It was absolutely all over the place. It was absolutely all over the place. And remember, there was no transmog, so you just looked like whatever you grabbed, and that was it. That's the Crayola suit. No judgment. I actually have a Crayola suit built on Zalosh specifically, because that was the character I was doing the Warcraft series on. Yeah, pretty much. It was just go grab some random stuff. Wasn't it as bad in vanilla? So that's a good question. I don't remember it being that bad in vanilla, but I think part of the reason why is most vanilla gear didn't look that distinguished from itself. A lot of people to this day like the look of BC gear, myself included, it's worth noting, because BC gear was cool, weird, interesting, and most importantly of all, varied. They really started stretching with the kind of cosmetic stuff they could build in, or I guess there's the appearance they could build in BC. And so you see, like, there's literally robes in Mount Hyjal that you won't see anywhere else, right? And they started really stretching with, like, for example, what weapons could look like. Like, unarmed weapons back in vanilla are all just, you know, knuckle dusters, but in vanilla they started having, like, the claws of the phoenix kind of thing, right? So it's the same general concept, but all of a sudden there's color and design, and it's like, ooh. So it sticks out a little bit more, you know?
How you doing, man?
So the Legion won't be prepared for the surprise you have for them, eh?
Later.
Well done. I could almost feel the tremors of the explosions here. Now, I've one more bombing mission for you.
Stay away from...
We've identified two main transporters that the Burning Legion are using to bring in the reinforcements. Gateway Merketh and Gateway Shadraz. If you look up the Path of Glory, you'll see them on either side of the road. I want you to bomb both into oblivion. You got it.
Be seeing ya.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is going to sound so stupid. But this right here, this was the beginning of... How do I explain this, though? This is the beginning of WoW becoming a game and not an MMO. This quest right here. Because... Well, there's no nice way to put this. Questing is a major component of WoW. It is a huge, huge portion, a huge percent of the quests, excuse me, a huge percent of the content in WoW boils down to questing. And pretty much every expansion from BC onwards has been an approach to increase the interest and fun and variety and cool factor and just generally making the quests better and better. I've explained this to other people who play MMOs, and they look at me like I'm absolutely insane. You know, because they're like, how can questing be primary meat content? But that is WoW, right? That is how WoW approaches it. But all of that began right here. Oh, hang on, sorry. Right here.
Speak, friend.
With
May your
this.
blades never dull.
These are bombing quests. These are the very beginnings of bombing quests. This is way, 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 way back at the beginning of what a bombing quest would be, and what would eventually become vehicles, which they invented for Wrath. If you remember, we've actually already technically seen another prototype vehicle, because we've already done Karzan, and we've shown off the chess event. But this was mind-blowing that this was something you could do as part of a quest. I know that sounds so stupid, considering how bare bones and irritating it is to go back and do. But yeah, no, I remember doing this for the first time and being like, whoa! So, I should mention something. When I was still kind of playing vanilla, because again, at Noxoramas, I was raiding. But most of my friends had bailed, because WoW Vanilla was WoW Vanilla. And I'm not trying to bash it, I'm just stating fact. WoW Vanilla was not what they were looking for. And so most of my friends had since bailed on the game. I was the only one who kept going because I was in a severe depressive cycle at that point in my life. This is right after I'd been wheelchair bound. So, when BC came out, and I remember doing this quest, I immediately reached out to several of my friends like, dude, I just did a bombing run. What? I just did a bombing run. Like, it flew me over the place and I could throw bombs at the enemy, and that was the quest. What? You're kidding? No. And, yeah, no, it was this whole thing. It's so much so that they use this quest format several times, but it's smart, right? It's smart that they move this new tech this far forward. If you pay attention to the chain, if we just beeline to this, it's like, okay, take the flight path to Thrallmar, go outside, kill the nearby demons, come here, kill the portals, and then flight quest right there. Boom. So it's like the 5th or 6th quest, depending on how you do Hellfire Peninsula. And both sides do this, by the way. Armored Core 6, Resident Evil Block, and Dealer's Choice. Thank you again, Dark Day, as always. So yeah, I should also probably mention that I managed to get most of my friends to come back for BC. Now, again, I'm not trying to bash vanilla, but the 2 ways that I managed to get my friends back were A, I said, don't worry, it's actually a good game now. And B, and this is important, you can actually play a druid now. Because for those of you who don't remember, druids were a thing in vanilla. It was a thing. I don't know how else to put that. It was a thing. And then in BC, they were like, hang on. And they did kind of a massive overhaul of druids. And druid was generally considered to be in a lot better place as of BC. And my friend that I just mentioned, he made a druid, and he didn't feel like starting all over again from 1, because leveling 1 through 60 was just an ordeal. So the fact that they specifically improved druids meant, yeah, okay.
Talk to me.
So,
Later.
let us set him back for weeks. Fantastic work. The Legion never expected such heavy resistance.
Spirits be...
Now that you got your wings, perhaps you'd be interested in running another bombing mission. This time we've isolated the Legion's main camp production area, behind the Forge Camps to North. I need you on a Wyvern and destroy the whole damn thing. Here's your bombs. Talk to Commander Brack when you're ready.
Be seeing ya.
Well, there's another question.
Hello, man.
We'll deal with that in just a second.
Spirits be with ya, man.
I'm ready. To the shelf! And yes, these ended up becoming a daily. Did I mean it? That's an interesting question, Lord Harriman. But I don't think Vanilla WoW would review very well under the review system that I utilize. Whereas BC might end up being net positive. But yeah, Auralia is quite correct. And we've already talked about this. It's like Auralia just mentioned earlier with regards to Morrowind versus Oblivion. Vanilla was an MMO. We were sick of MMOs. Like, we played MMOs. We were done with those, you know. BC was the beginnings, very, very beginnings of them starting to shift over into being a game. I know that's a weird comparison, because obviously an MMO is a game, but you get what I mean, right? Again, WoW nowadays is a co-RPG, and I enjoy that. I am also very happy that there is still Classic, so people can also enjoy the MMO aspect of WoW. As a friend of mine pointed out literally last night, WoW is kind of like 5 separate games sort of crudely stitched together, which is probably one of the biggest reasons for its broad success and appeal. Yeah, co-RPG, aka cooperative. Me and my 2 friends have been playing through all of War Within. Just the 3 of us. And that's all we need. Because you can do that, right? It's like Guild Wars 1, if you're more familiar with that. Come on. I probably missed that one. Like, a true MMO, in terms of game design, a true MMO is something that... I've talked about this so much over the last few days. I don't want to say it's designed badly, but like the only way I can explain it is that it's deliberately designed in a way that's frustrating, irritating, or generally bad, what we would normally consider bad game design, specifically so that the players can fill in those gaps, right? Because it's all about player friction and it's all about community. That's what a true MMO is about. EVE Online is much more of an MMO than WoW has ever been, to use a direct example in comparison. EverQuest is more of an MMO than WoW has ever been. That's what an MMO is. That's the direction it goes in. And I didn't forget that at all, Rikersbeard. Several people ask me, considering how bad I am about vanilla, why did I praise it so much? And the answer, which Rikersbeard has not heard me say clearly, is that WoW crushed everything else at the time. Like, when you go straight from things like The Matrix Online, or like Dark Age of Camelot, or, you know, Asheron's Call to WoW Vanilla, there is no comparison. WoW Vanilla was a sea change. I had a whole speech about that, even. It's why I predicted that WoW would take off, and I was right.
Greetings, man. Stay away from the voodoo.
Oh, hey. I think we're about to get the gold tunic.
Later.
Hope you enjoyed your flight, friend. A messenger arrived while you were away. Seems Nazgul's got a new use for you. You best head back to Thralmar and check in with him. I have a feeling the Legion's just getting warmed up.
Stay away from the voodoo.
So let's do this really quick. Is this it? Hey! Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This, I want to stress, this really is just what this is. We're not even there. I only have like 3 or 4 pieces of BC gear, and already we've got the Crayola thing going on. Oh my god. Oh yeah, and then you can repeat it. We're not doing that.
Go forth to victory.
There's really no reason to do that. No, I mean, you're right, Rikersbeard. The whole goal is to review the game now. That's always and ever been my approach, and will continue to do so. But that's also one of the reasons why I try to mention some historical context as we go, because I do find gaming history to be fascinating. And, well, like it or not, I was born in 1982. I've been here at the ground floor of a lot of gaming history. I played Neverwinter Nights when it first came out. No, not that one. The one from the 90s.
Loktar, may your blades never die.
You've come just in time. Our scouts have discovered that the Legion positions on the ridge behind us are actually forge camps. It's there the demons are constructing their infernal Fell Reavers. If we move against them quickly, we can disrupt their production.
Strength.
We have reason to believe the easternmost camp is not yet complete. The Legion's Gnarg servants are working around the clock to get the facility up and running. We cannot allow that to happen. Head east, slay the Gnarg, bring the head of their master, and bring the Legion's Fell Reaver production to a halt.
Go forth to victory.
I believe the first time we actually saw a soul engine was in Wrath, of all things, the Soul Grinders. And I think they didn't really start talking about how the Legion was powered by souls until Warlords, I want to say. Don't quote me on that, though. I could be wrong.
Strength and honor.
So you met the Bone Chewers, our depraved cousins. Well done. My only regret is that more of them could not lay down their lives and spill their blood to cool my outrage.
Strength.
Apothecary Zalana has been studying the beasts of Hellfire Peninsula in the field. She wants a sample of the blood you gathered. With luck, she might discover what has turned the Bone Chewer freak's skins red. Zalana's at Reaver's Fall, southeast of Thralmar. Here's some directions.
Go forth.
And once again, I do want to give credit to BC
Stay away from
for the fact that they actually give honest to goodness directions. And they're even decent directions. I know, it's wild to think about. This game is 20 years old. This game can vote. Next year, this game can drink and go gambling.
Strength and honor. Go with honor.
Oh, what's this one? Okay, so that's the PvP quest. We're not doing that. For pretty obvious reasons.
Hey, yeah.
How'd the salvage mission go? You find anything useful?
Be good.
Oh, this stuff is great. Little bent, little burnt. I never met low-grade material stop me from making precious high-grade explosives. Diggs, you really have an eye for quality trash.
Hurry back.
Listen, I'm a lucky goblin. I get to make explosives and killing machines and they'll be immediately used on important missions. Speaking of missions, I just got one from Thrall Command. I gotta burn the Alliance cannons on the other ones. You know, the ones pointing dangerously close to Horde fortifications. Just take this torch, make your way there, light the torch, and watch the sparks fly.
Keep it real.
Yeah, just go over to the Alliance camp, where all the Alliance players are, and are probably doing their quests because they're stuck there trying to get stupid blood. Oh, what's that? You're on a PvP server? Oh, then you are dead. Like, you're just extremely dead. So what elements of the vanilla experience still keep tens of thousands of players wanting to play it versus modern? Well, the obvious answer is that it's an MMO. I hate to say that, but obviously, you know, WoW Modern isn't an MMO. It is not there to go and, you know, randomly find someone in the group wild to try and push up against a mob. Like Huthor earlier mentioned the idea of, oh no, I have to kill another mob. That's awesome. Because, you know, it's challenging, it's difficult, and it's dangerous to try and have to keep killing stuff when that stuff is nearly killing you every few seconds. Whereas, by contrast, I tend to look at that sort of thing like, ugh, I have to go kill another mob? Ugh. And don't mistake me, I like and indeed love a good challenge in a game, but, yeah, WoW Vanilla challenge? Varies from class to class, I think is the way I want to phrase that. I know, Claude. They just strapped a cannon to a guard tower. Like, for example, as a Frost Mage, I'll use a specific example that I know pretty well. As a Frost Mage, especially in Vanilla, a lot of your rotation didn't actually focus on doing damage. It focused on making sure that the enemy never reached you. Because if the enemy reached you, then you're probably dead. Now, you could do that. Start off with a Frostbolt, and then do like a Blizzard, and then maybe like another Frostbolt, or 2 or 3. Then you do a Frost Nova, then you blink away as quickly as you can. It's like, okay, now we're away. Turn around, do some more Frostbolts, get another Blizzard, lay down, etc., etc., etc. And by that, your Frost Nova might come back off and cool down. Correct. Those are not an actual Warcraft 2 unit. So I don't like using the word difficult, because the problem is there's a lot of connotations with the word difficult, and especially for something that everyone disagrees on. Nobody agrees on what difficulty means. If I can use a specific example. Now, I'm not calling anyone out about WoW, because this actually has nothing to do with WoW. But something I discovered a lot back in the NES and SNES era is if there was a game that was really slow and arduous to go through, not hard, just arduous, then people would say, oh man, this game is so difficult. Because a lot of players back in the day would associate time investment directly, I don't need to kill this, with difficulty. And that was how they would gauge difficulty, is how long it took them to get through it. Now you can see the logic there, but you can also see the disconnect, right? Something being longer doesn't make something harder, it just makes it longer. This is also why a lot of RPG designers, especially in the 90s, this is true on PC and in console, would deliberately make a whole lot of padding into their games, because that way it would be so much harder and it would appeal to that particular crowd. So I don't like using words like difficult when it comes to defining how leveling and combat and all that stuff worked in WoW Vanilla. The easiest and simplest way I can describe it is it's different. It's a whole different animal. It's a completely different beast. In WoW Retail, even at the level I'm at right now, where I am actually in danger of possibly dying because we're time synced to this, the fact of the matter is most of what I'm doing is more about using my class efficiently and trying to manage my throughput, which I do admittedly find engaging, but I'm not in any particular danger. Whereas if I was doing this back in the day, there's a decent chance that if I don't be very careful, especially as a priest, I would just straight up die here, which would make me have to run back and then fight these things over and over and over again, especially since it takes so long to kill an individual thing. Is that more difficult? That's up to you. But it is a different experience completely, and that's the point. The text on the note is written in some dark, indecipherable scrawl. The more you stare at them, the more the symbols seem to twist and burn before your eyes. There's only one enthrall mod that can transcribe such vile script. The Blood Elf! Because they're evil. Remember, the Blood Elves are totally evil. You know, what's funny is I just realized that in directly analogous to my comparison, I'm pretty much playing Shadow Priest like a Frost Mage right now. Get the dots rolling, get the nuke rolling, try to slow it as much as possible. If it gets to me, immediately root, walk away. I don't have a blink. Let's see. Oh, hang on. Let's get out of here. Oh, and sorry, I just realized I answered for vanilla players Auralia. I apologize. If any vanilla players want to answer Auralia's question, feel free to. You know, get it from the horse's mouth, so to speak. Not that I'm calling you horses. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. God damn it. I can't even talk. The minefield here. Wow, shucks, and it's literally Hitler. There, okay. I'm just going to blow up the mines. They're all going to blow up in my face. I'm good. We're done. What do we got here? So we picked up Vampiric Embrace. That's true. I think the primary focus was more on Classic players. Because Classic is still going, and Classic still has tons of players, right? There's still a fairly large player base there. So that would apply to you, Lord Hermont. Reduce cooldown by 30 seconds and increase healing done. Yes, please. That'll bring it down to 1.5 minutes. We can also make our Mind Blast crits reduce my target's movement speed, so that's another slow. When casting yourself, 30% of the damage you deal refills your Power Word shield. Nice. I'm sort of avoiding Power Infusion. Oh, he's talking! Oh my god! He can talk! Brothers and sisters, I have been to the Promised Land. I have tasted in the sublime energy. I have felt bliss. Bliss so engrossing and all-encompassing it left me wondering if I had stumbled into the dreams of gods. Tell us more, Martik. What is it? What does it feel like? In paradise, you merely reach out and take it from the nether. But how? From the very air, tendrils of arcane energy light up the obsidian sky as plumes of raw magic rise up in fissures in the land. Kneel and drink from a fissure as you would from a stream or well. Pluck a tendril from the heaven as if it was an apple hanging from a branch. Oh, that sounds so beatific and wonderful. I can't wait to see this wonderful paradise for elves. Okay, we actually have a few options here. Let's, do I kind of want to go that way? I do want that eventually, so I might take Power Infusion. So let me talk about what a Power Infusion is. So Power Infusion is a 2-minute cooldown, so that's kind of a once per boss thing. Infuses a particular target, so you can use it on someone else, with 15 seconds, 20% haste. That's not exactly a bad buff, especially if you've got someone who could really use it. I kind of don't, but we'll just kind of keep that for ourselves for the moment. Well, yeah, that's one of the biggest reasons why, pretty recently, admittedly, I started distinguishing between co-RPGs and MMOs, Rider's Spirit, because they're different games, right? If I could use another comparison. Path of Exile is literally Hitler! Sorry. Saw green there for a second. Path of Exile is extremely not for me. It's the kind of game I have tried to get into several times and bounced off of hard. But that's just because that's not what I'm after. Is Path of Exile a bad game? No, of course not. It's a great game. But then there's Diablo 3. Diablo 3 is a game I love so much, it's one of my top 3 rated games I've ever reviewed at this point in time. You know, Diablo 3 is an amazing game I love, and I love replaying. I actually replayed Diablo 3 twice in the last 2 years. Once last year for the review, and once this year for a friend of mine who wanted to go through it with me. So that game's amazing. I never get tired of it. But the thing is, they're very, very different in philosophy, right? Path of Exile is far more about the crunch. It's far more about engaging yourself with your builds and your systems and the systems and the other systems and the other systems and the other systems, and figuring out the ability chain to set up your, I don't even know what the proper terminology is for it, all that fun stuff. And yeah, no, that was just that's its own huge wonderful mess of trying to enjoy that and optimize and getting more gear and getting more progress and blah, blah, blah. Diablo 3 is way, way, way more guided of an experience. It has specific loot. It has specific types of loot. It has quality of life feature upon quality of life feature. It has a story I actually find interesting and engaging. It's got amazing, visuals and story and all that kind of stuff. It's a different focus. Despite the fact that these two games literally exist within the exact same genre as each other, they are completely different from each other fundamentally. From a very, I hate to keep using this word, from a philosophical perspective. I can and have recommended both games to people depending on what it is they're after. And yeah, I will always spit venom at Alan Brack for being a jackass, because he is. Ladies and gentlemen, we're sorry for being anti-human rights. We're sorry. Our bad. We're not going to say what we're sorry for. We're not going to own up to anything. Anyways. Screw Alan Brack. But anyways, Brack was an arrogant jackass about that. And that's the problem. But as I've said before, I actually had a whole speech about that like 3 or 4 days ago. The idea of you think you do, but you don't, was actually kind of valid. He just was phrasing it extremely wrong. What he should have said was, WoW Vanilla was a different game for a different audience, WoW Modern is a different game for a different audience. And dividing these two things is something that can and should happen, and they did eventually do with WoW Classic. But even WoW Classic, and I don't want to heap on this, is not WoW Vanilla, because WoW Classic has a whole lot of modern systems and modern design built into it. Now, whether it's too much or too little, that's debatable, but at the very, 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 very bare bones, WoW Classic has one thing WoW Vanilla will never that WoW Vanilla have never had: netcode. A lot of people forget that WoW Vanilla sucked networking-wise. A lot of people tend to just kind of skim over just how bad it was to play WoW Vanilla. It's probably worth noting that this was back in the dial-up era. 2004, certainly, coaxial cable existed, and DSL existed, but most normal players still were using a modem, right? And there were, even in BC, there were netcode issues, and they have polished that up pretty much every expansion since, which they need to. They need to keep pace. That's good on them. But WoW Classic has that advantage, if absolutely nothing else, over WoW Vanilla. Now, to be clear, I think that's a good thing. But you can see how there's a gradient, right? How many modern quality of life features should exist when you're coming back to something like Classic? Like allowing Vanilla to be as playable as possible without the true awful stuff, like, literally getting disconnected or not being able to loot for 10 minutes at a time. Or watching a corpse go zooming along on the ground and you're like chasing after. Or how about my own story? How many of you remember the story I told about the turret that was chasing me across the entirety of Outland? Has anybody not heard that story? Because I can repeat it really quick once we turn in this quest.
Anu Belore della Na.
I have little time to waste. What is this you pester me with? Remember, I'm a blood elf, and blood elves are pure evil at this point in time.
The reckoning is at
You
hand.
were right to bring this to my attention. This could be a production order for additional Fell Reavers and new attack plans. You're a sharp one. I'll be watching your progress with great interest. Deliberate reference to Palpatine. Yes, yes. Her name.
We will have justice.
Thrall Hall, may your blades never dull.
Jesus Christ. So, unfortunately, I don't remember the exact specifics of how it happened. But I got into combat with one of those turrets. You've seen them, scattering the terrain periodically. And the turrets are, as you might imagine, emplacements. Like, they can't move. Oh, there's the Fell Reaver. He doesn't look too big, right? Right, hang on, let me get down by his foot. Okay, so this is a Fell Reaver. Yeah, anyways. These turrets. So I aggroed a turret, and it turned to attack me.
And what you'll notice happen is he immediately daggered me because he can't chase me. Well, I was actually flying. No, I was on a much, much slower mount, but I was flying. And I aggroed one all the way up here in the Netherstorm. And I flew straight south across Hellfire and all the way down to Shadowmoon because we were doing something down here. The whole way there, this guy was following me and shooting me. Now, there are actually probably several ways I could have dealt with this, but at the time I was just freaking out a little bit because there was a turret floating through the air behind me, following me. And remember, flying mounts, especially slow flying mounts, which is what I had, were not that fast. In fact, so this turret could keep up with me. So it just kept up with me, and it kept shooting me. And shooting me. And shooting me. And I'm just like, what the hell? And I finally get there, and I land, and this turret... And my friends show up. They can actually vouch for this story because by this point, my friends were waiting for me in Shadowmoon. And they see this turret come flying in through the sky, shooting at me. And I'm just like, help! Help! What? And I died. Because of this stupid turret that followed me across the game. I couldn't de-aggro it. I could not leave aggro with this stupid turret. Anyways, I gotta kill some things here. That's a good question, Mr. Ed. I'm not sure. Well, I had a mount at this point. So I think... I'm trying to remember. This is before Black Temple. I remember that. So, before Black Temple, whenever that is. I'm not trying to pull a gotcha, Huthor. I'm just making a clear distinction. There's a reason why I make a point of saying vanilla and then classic as two very different things, you know. That's really all I'm going with there. Because, you know, they are. I know with certainty Zulaman was not out yet.
What do you need? For the Horde.
Move quickly. We've got to shut down Forge Camp Magadon before the demons finish its construction.
Strength.
Well done. That's one less Forge Camp we'll need to worry about. It'll take the Legion a while to get that facility back up and running. You just bought us the one thing we'd run out of. Time.
Go forth.
There's a second Forge Camp. Go back up there and kill them again. You like quests that go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth to town, right? Like, that's what you're after. That's what you play this game for, right? Is to constantly have a back and forth and a back and forth. Yeah, speaking of which, in the interests of honesty, I'm going to go ahead and stop talking about vanilla, like, at all. Because, honestly, I'm kind of sick of it. No offense. It's just, we've been talking about this since before WoW Classic existed. I think we've well trod this ground at this point. Vanilla's its own thing. It's over there. Moving on. Alright, so. I think this is killing the cannons. Yep, here we go. Yeah, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Pop this. Pop this. This, reapply this, pop this, move over here, hit, or don't. Okay, that's strange. Okay, take off. Whee! I mean, even that little fight pushed me to 20% health. And this is at modern times. Okay. Let's scooch up here. Whoop. And we're gonna run into him. Now we got all of them. This. Okay. We got the thing we cared about. Let's run for our lives. Let's get dazed. This is a good time. I need to talk about daze. It was brought up earlier. So daze sucks. Negative to daze.
Any questions? Nope, we're dead. Didn't manage that. Why does Days exist? You know, I understand a lot of features of this game. I understand a huge amount of why certain things exist and why certain things were designed. And Days is not one of them. I have never understood Days, and I never will. So let's talk about Days for a second. What Days is if a mob hits you in the back, and it is specifically in the back, and you're not a tank, then what it does is it slows you. Now, you can probably already see what that is. It's to prevent you from running, which is, it's okay, that sucks. If anybody's ever reviewed any kind of RPG ever, you know that a game making it harder or more frustrating to run is pretty universally considered to be bad design. This is something we will discuss when it comes to covering the Final Fantasies eventually. Because each Final Fantasy from like 1 to 6, I think is when they codified it, has a different under-the-hood mechanic on how the run mechanic works, right? 6 being one of the better ones because it let you freaking run. But we'll get to that when we get to that. So, preventing the player from running, that sucks. But hang on. It's even worse than that. Because the other aspect of Daze is that it immediately dismounts you. If you are mounted and you get dazed, you are immediately shoved back on the ground, and I'm legally obligated to kill whoever just did that, even if it results in my death. That's a long-standing policy that goes back to about BC or so. So now I have to actually go pull this guy and kill him because he dazed me earlier, and now he's got to die. It's the law. Look, I don't make up these rules, okay? I mean, I do, and I enforce them, and I believe in them fully. But you can't blame me for something I both invented and enforced. That's not how politics works, okay? So Daze sucks. The real question here is how much does Daze suck? Now, I should mention, in the interest of total honesty, there is a thing that actually removes Daze. Well, kind of. It removes the dismount. This button. No? Yeah, no, that's correct, this button. You see there's this gear thing down here? Well, there's this new stuff. I forget when they invented this. I forget when they added this. So, you can equip certain pieces of gear on your mount. And one of those is prevent the dismount. It makes it so that enemies cannot dismount you. As you might imagine, I have that piece of gear equipped on basically all of my characters. Because Daze sucks. I don't even have the ability to, like, I'm sorry, Huthor, I love you, you're great. I do not have the ability to understand the alien concept of Daze being a good thing. If I happen to be roaming through a pack of mobs, or trying to get around some, and one of them happens to get a lucky shot off on me, the punishment for that should not be death, which is what it usually is. It should definitely not be wasting my time, which is even worse. So, the only question here is how many negatives do we give Daze? Because that's the question. Let's turn to this first. I knew you had spirit, but you've outdone yourself this time. We heard those wretched cannons exploding from here. That should teach the Legion not to underestimate the sons of Durotar.
May your blade...
1 negative. Okay, so 1 negative per expansion? I can see that. You are an honor to us, Holy Wake. But now you must strike before the Legion recovers. To the north lies Invasion Point Annihilator. It houses a warp portal through which the Legion draws reinforcements. You must overload the portal and blast it back to the abyss where it came from. The portal's activation key is held by Warbringer Arixamon. Take him. Take the key. Use it on the portal and do what must be done.
For the Horde. Be safe.
I want to stress that without hyperbole, my actual thinking was to give it 3 negatives per expansion. I do appreciate you giving your 2 cents, Huthor. I know it doesn't sound like I do, but I do like hearing other people's perspectives. Someone I know, I won't name names, someone I know finds Final Fantasy II to be the best Final Fantasy game. Having played the other ones. Think about that for just a second. Like, really think about that. For some of you, that won't mean anything. But for those of you who know FF2, you're probably thinking, what? And I still like hearing why, right? I still like hearing the reasonings and the perspectives. I'm never going to agree with you. I'm sorry. There's only so much compromise I am physically capable of doing. But still, it is interesting to hear that perspective and why it exists. So I do appreciate you giving your thoughts, even if I'm never going to agree with you on that, Uthor. I suppose that's true, Riker's Beard. Let me give a little bit of my perspective. Now, I know this isn't directly related to Days, but just bear me out for a second. I don't have Lotro's map memorized, so I can't remember the name of the zone. But there's this zone north of the Lone Lands in Lotro. And while you're up there, there's an elite area, okay? You know what an elite area is. WoW has elite areas. And there's this section where it's like, hey, you know, here's tons and tons of mobs that are brutaler and more evil than usual. No, this isn't Angmar. This is more foresty than Angmar. And in this elite area, there's a quest to go to the very end. It's the far southeast corner. I can picture the map in my head. It's the far southeast corner. And get all the way over there and kill some boss mobs, okay? That's the quest. Get that? Nope. Troll Shaw's is to the east. All right, hang on. Because Mr. Red's going to bother me about this now. Hang on. Lotro map. Hang on. Give me a minute. I don't care. Nobody cares. All right, where's Angmar? Where are we at? Here it is. It's this spot right here. Where is this? What is this zone? It's Eriador. It's in Eriador. Okay, so anyways, now that I'm never going to remember that again, I've already forgotten the name of it. Area something. Area 52. In Area 52, there is an elite spot, and I'm not looking it up again, Mr. Ed. I do not care. Nobody in the universe cares. But getting through this spot is just this constant, massive pain in the ass, right? Everything there is an elite mob, and every single mob patrols or has pulse aggro with nearby stuff. I guess I haven't described pulse aggro yet, but you get the idea. It aggroes more than just the mob you're fighting. So you have to very, very carefully prick your way through here. And Pax and I were slow-moding our way through that zone. So slowly that the mobs were essentially respawning. I don't know why I'm saying essentially. The mobs were respawning behind us. Any extra pulls, we're dead. Any extra, like, if we don't kill quickly enough, the respawns will catch up to us, and we're dead. So we're essentially carving out a safe hole through the giant red map of elite mobs. Make sense? And we finally get all the way down to the southeast corner. And when we finally get down there, there's the bosses, and we accidentally pulled one additional mob for the boss. We were fighting the boss plus a mob, and we died. The respawn is at the beginning of that zone, that sub-zone, which would mean starting all over again. We abandoned those quests, and I've never done them. Now, the relevance to Days is that something several people mentioned is that it adds to a degree of excitement or danger, right? To augment the overall feel of tension as you're pushing through a thing. And I understand that, believe it or not. But to me, all I feel like is boredom. Because that was not a short period of time. I just described about an hour and a half of slowly slogging my way through a zone where if we made any major mistakes, we would die. And death carried the penalty of starting all the way over from the beginning. Now, that might have worked if we didn't have that much of a penalty for death, but you could fairly argue that if we didn't have the penalty for death, then the tension would go away. So to me, I just look at that and I think, that sucks. And I don't have much else to add to that, because that just sucked. It was just really, really frustrating. Oh, and Jay Palmer says there's no ghost running. Yeah, when you release in Lotro, you don't, like, you're not a ghost and you don't run back to your corpse. You're just back at the respawn point. You're just there, right? In the interest of compromise, to use Lotro specifically here to describe that situation, what might have worked is rather than having to slog through the entire goddamn subzone to the boss, maybe you slog to a safe point, right? And that becomes your new, like maybe it's a flight path, maybe it's a teleport spot,
some kind of mid-mission checkpoint, right? So it becomes a goal at that point. Maybe even put a mid-mission checkpoint a little bit off the beaten path. So you have to go out of your way to get it. But once you do, you start halfway down here. Or maybe a third, maybe put like a couple of them through there. So it's like, okay. Okay. And then you make your shot at the boss. Because otherwise, all you have is go enjoy redoing the last 2 hours of boredom. It's just not something I enjoy. And that's Days in a nutshell. For whatever people have said about it increasing tension or interest or engagement or whatever, I do understand that, and I can see where you're coming from. But I can't deal with it because to me, all it is irritating. And yeah, talk about it. We'll get to Entorin when we get there. We'll get to Argus when we get there. Let's just leave that for now. I need to kill a boss. So let's go scooch over here. Right about here should be good. I want to pull you. What I need to do is I need to look up all the mount gear. Or, you know what? Does anyone feel like doing me a weird favor? Could you look up, like, just a Wowhead link of all of the, take up, yeah, first. All of the, okay, Valerian, really. Whoops, I did not mean to hit that button. Whoops. It's okay, I can make that work. Let's mark this, get out of his way. Hang on 1 second, Valerian. Hit that button either. That's the button I meant to hit. There we go. A little bit more insanity. Why can't I? Oh, it must be in shadow form. God damn it. There we go. Hey, there we go. Yes, you have dazed me, as is your wont. Thank you, J. Palmer. That's exactly what I was looking for. What is that, $60? Yeah, that's $60. Yay! Now, I'm going to go ahead and admit something that's going to make everyone make fun of me, and that's okay. I don't mind that. You know what I value? What I just did. Let me explain this a little bit, because this is relevant to the day's discussion. It's not immediately relevant, but it's kind of relevant. So let's describe this quest as it was back in the day. So back in the day, there's no flying here, first of all. Let's start with that. So you run up here. You probably have a mount. There's a reasonably good chance you have a 40 mount. There's actually a pretty good chance you do not have a 60 mount. But you have a 40 mount, so you walk up here, walk, and there's a ton of these guys. So you want to dodge these, right? Wrong, because you need to kill these. These are going to dismount you and kill you. So you kill those, okay. And then you kill the next bundle up here. Kill the succubus, kill the other Forge Camp Legionary, kill this succubus, kill this guy, and now you've cleared a path to the boss. Kill the boss, kill the thing to complete the quest. Now, there's nothing wrong with that, really. But what I value is being able to be Scalpel, which, if you saw, is exactly what I did. I found a specific spot to land on, figured out exactly which mobs to pull so I could then pull the boss. Pulled the boss, got the thing, and I'm out. I like that. I enjoy being able to do that kind of thing. It's one of the reasons why I've said so many times that the run will get a lot smoother the moment we left the initial 4 starter zones, is because you can't do that in the initial 4 starter zones. It's not possible. Now, thank you again, Valerian, very, very much. As always, and I will add that to the previously existing file. Which is going to be this much. I'm sure Savacom will like that, if nothing else. I've been hearing really good things about Dragon Quest III-R, so... So... Pull up this mount equipment thing, because this is going to be relevant. So we've got water walking, we've got... prevent you from being dazed while mounted. Increased mount ground speed by 20%, which isn't actually an additive, it's multiplicative, so it's not as fast as it sounds. And emergency parachute while high in the air. That's it? I'm not even sure that's positive worthy. What do we think?
That makes sense, Uther, because I did have that from Pandaria. Apparently, the no days thing is a leatherworking thing. It's an interesting idea, though, because one of the things I've complained about hundreds of times over the years is that crafting is not good in basically every MMO out there. And so having some benefit for crafting is certainly like a point. But like, maybe I'm weird. Maybe this is just a psychological thing, but I prefer when you have something that adds something rather than when you have something that detracts a negative. So for example, days, in my opinion, sucks. So here's something that gets rid of days. And as I've mentioned, all of my mains have that equipped because screw days. Is that a positive? Does that detract? Does that remove a negative? Having an option in the game, relatively easily accessible option in the game to remove a negative, we do have precedence for that. I mean, let's be honest. We know what mount equipment was replaced by, because it was replaced by this screen right here. Like, that's not even debatable. This right here, this is your mount equipment. I am hopeful that we'll get some cool stuff with our drag racer customization in the next patch, in the next major patch. I don't know. I'm going to have to chew on that. While I chew on that, I'll be right back. The new Blood Elf stuff is the new expansion. The car is the new patch. I might have misspoke. I apologize for that. One moment. Yeah, the drive system. Probably, J. Palmer, something WoW does a lot is they'll prototype something pretty early. No one actually fulfill on that until later. Now, 1 second. I need to check something. I'll get into character. How's their add-on set up? I forgot to talk about the auction house. Oh no, I'm so terrible. Note to self. Discuss auction house. Auction house. Also, did I already cover bank? I think I already covered bank. Did I ever cover bank? Bank. Yes. And there's the reagent bank, and there's the war bank. Okay, cool. Didn't talk about the auction house. I'm so stupid. The only town that actually takes any load time for me. It's frickin' Org.
I ain't got it, you don't want it.
Alright, so I'm not sure what it's under nowadays. Miscellaneous mount equipment. Hey, there we go. Boop. Why is that the thing that's 2,000 gold? Well, there's the comfortable barding. There's 3,709 of those in the auction house, and they're 35 gold each. Speaking of which, I'm going to buy 20 of these and just dump them in my Warbound bank. Okay, so here's my thinking, all right? And I do want people's opinions on this. So if you think I'm dumb, stupid, worthless, terrible, and should go kill myself, please let me know, okay? So what I'm thinking, I love choices, right? If there's something I value more than anything else when it comes to game design, it is options. Having the option to include days as a thing, having an option to not use flying mounts, having the option to not use mounts at all of those are things I do consider good things that WoW does have. Let's go ahead and put this in there. Oh yeah, a little, real quick, another nice little thing. You notice it actually highlights the stuff that can go in your Warbound bank. So the other stuff can't. Just a nice little tidbit there. Just wanted to point that out really quick. Anyways. Oh yeah, by the way, do I, really quick, I'm sorry, I meant to mention this earlier. Do I have any Alliance players who do not have the White Warwolf? Because I've got 2 of those. Because I maxed out my time rifts in Dragonflight. And I'm just going to give those away. Because I obviously already have one, and so do all my friends. Doesn't need to be now thing. Like, you know, we can work that out. But if anybody doesn't have those and wants them, this is a good time to be like, hey. Soulbound? So it's not how it works. If you read the thing there, Rikersby, what it says is teaches a player of the opposite faction how to summon a white warwolf. So what happens, you guys are hilarious. What it does is you target an Alliance player and you say, here you go. And you use the item and it gives them the mount. This is how I know that I've already given this to people. Guys, come on. So, Kira White Noise, where are you in the world? Because I'll go ahead and give you one of them. While we talk about... yeah, Mr. Red. There's actually an Alliance equivalent, too, which I do not have. My Alliance character hasn't even been to Dragonflight yet. Yeah, how many of you played Dragonflight? Apparently none of you. Tannerus. Well, that's easy. So, here's my thinking. I like options. So the fact that you have a piece of equipment to remove days, good. The fact that you can continue to have days if you want it, good. I'm 100% in favor of that. Oh, you're in the Dragon House. Okay, hang on. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll just stand here. Whatever. I'm in the portal room. If you get to Tannerus, poke me, and we can swap really quick, and I just do that super quick. Anyways, that is a good thing. However, there is an asterisk. Having to go to an auction house to buy an item that you may or may not know even exists, in order to buy a thing that may or may not even know exists, is a couple of extra steps that is a little bit worse than, random example, pulling up a menu and saying, hey, turn off days. So what I'm thinking is, and I want to stress that I'm being sincere here, I was legitimately planning to give every expansion triple negatives for days because screw days. Instead, I will give every single expansion 1 negative because of the factors that exist in the game to mitigate it. If they ever someday make that a freaking option, like a literal menu option or toggle, that negative will go away completely. So just go ahead and jump the days here. And we'll leave that for now. Oh, speaking of, hang on. Let me pull up my Warbound thing. I would like one of these, please. And I'm going to equip that really quick so I never get dazed again. There we go. Damn it, I knew it! Well, because part of my thinking, because I was... this is going to sound like a really weird comparison. But part of my thinking was Final Fantasy, the Pixel Remasters. In the Final Fantasy Pixel Remasters, you can pull open your menu and turn off encounters. Just, it's a menu option. And the reason that's so important is that by allowing that to be such an easily accessible, readily understandable menu option that most players are going to find, that completely negates any encounter rate negatives I would otherwise give. Because that is such a built-in option to design that on the fly for you, the player. if you're wondering, yes, that is also going to affect how we consider grind when it comes to the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters, because that is also an option in a menu. That's a toggle. This is something I bounced back and forth on for, honestly, the past 2 years. I've been kind of debating this when we come to other games, when it comes to, you know, optional frustration versus optional friction kind of stuff. Now let me ask you something, Ranker's if you don't mind. What to you would be an acceptable way to procure an anti-daze thing? Like, what is something that you would consider to be valuable? Something that would be enjoyable, right? Something that would give you, as you say, a sense of progression. While you answer that, I'm going to talk like a goblin.
What do you want?
Yeah, I've been looking for telltale signs of burning cannons, smoke plumes, you know, cries of fell orcs. Any luck in your mission?
Have a good one.
I thought so. I couldn't quite make out the destruction here, but I can imagine how it have looked. Well done. Thrallmark Command will be happy to hear your success.
Glad I could help.
Glad I could help. Honestly, with how account-bound this game is... Oh my god, my outfit. It's actually a little bit crazy how much still isn't. Then again, they've been adding more and more things to Warbound, like every patch, so who knows? Maybe we'll get there.
Speak, friend. Strength.
Hurrah! Hurry. Every second that warp portal stands, another demon is brought into this world.
Go forth to...
Praise the ancients, you've done it. The Legion has suffered a terrible defeat, and Thrallmar is safe once again. If I had 100 warriors with your heart and cunning, this broken land would be tamed already. I salute you.
For the Horde. May your blades never dull. Be safe.
Baladash, Malanore. Death to all who oppose us.
Before we do any of those quests, let's poke our way outside. Poke, poke, poke. Not yet, Yura. Alright, so far these quests have been okay, for the most part. Now we've got these quests.
Hey, how you doing?
I can't believe I left Booty Bay to come to Outland. My cousin Screed Luckhead promised me I'd make a fortune, but instead he flew off in his Zeppelin and left me here to scrape a living out of the mine. How am I supposed to make a living with hellboars and demons and fell orcs attacking all the time? My shredder here was broken yesterday and the parts I need were stolen by fell orcs. They took the parts into the fissure southwest here. They must have dropped
Keep
them
it
there.
real.
Okay. This is not the Legion. On any way, shape, or form. Remember, the whole point here, retconned, admittedly, was that the Legion was trying to provoke the Horde and Alliance into attacking Illidan. That's what we're after here. So, yeah, no, this is not an Legion attack force on any level. By the way, the name of this quest is Outland Sucks. Do I approve of the retcon? I kind of do by default, yeah. Most of the retcons to BC fundamentally improve the game. Improve the story. BC's story is nonsensical and terrible without those retcons. I should know because I'll be reviewing it as is, minus those retcons. Can you, like, not? For real, can you not? Please. Please. Okay. Okay. Okay there, buddy. Okay, we're just gonna hit a button here. Stop, 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 stop! Jesus. Now, I do get your point, Reckersbeard, and I'm not necessarily saying I disagree with you. However, from the point of a review, I'm not here to review the player base, I'm here to review the game, if that makes any sense. Like, if I was to... The only way to do what you posit would be to not review the game. That's the end of that discussion. I'm just going to go down that entire rabbit chain really quick here. The only way to fairly review this game in the manner that several other people have posited, including you, is to not review the game at all. Because at that point, I can't. There's no review possible when we've hit such a point of esoterics that something that is fundamentally good game design is considered and perceived to be bad game design because of the player base. This is actually part of the reason why we don't review PvP games. Because PvP games in general, like League of Legends or Call of Duty multiplayer or, I don't know, Team Fortress Classic, they all exist within that same category. They all exist within that same bubble. You cannot fairly review such a game without taking massive consideration of the player base into accomplishment. Because, yeah, different rules apply. This is also, by the way, one of the reasons why MMOs have a separate table. A lot of you probably don't even know this because you've never even heard of the fact that I have a website. But anyways, the MMOs are on a different table on the website, and thus the only comparison point that the MMOs have is each other. So, rather than compare this to the toggle for encounters over in the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters, allow me to use another one. Yeah, I stream on Twitch! Did you know that? In FF14, there's something called Ether Currents. Ether Currents suck. Every expansion has gotten triple negatives for Ether Currents, and will continue to do so as long as they continue to exist. If they were ever to make a moderately possible thing within the game, like say something in the auction house that you could buy to surpass the Ether Currents for a given zone, that would probably remove some of those negatives. At that point, it would become like 1 or 2 negatives per expansion rather than 3. So there's your direct comparison point.
Yo!
Did you find some of the parts for my shredder? I really want to get it fixed so I can get back to mining. I have to make a living somehow so I can buy a one-way ticket back to Booty Bay.
Be good.
Who are you paying for a ticket to go through the Dark Portal, which is currently under military occupation? Oh, you found some parts. Now maybe I can get my shredder working. If I had enough money, I might be able to get back to Booty Bay. I sure hope my cousin crashed his stupid Zeppelin of his. Can't believe he tricked me to come into Outland.
Have a good one.
Why would the fell orc steal my shredder parts? I hate him so much. They just sneak into my camp here and take all my take my things all the time. A couple of days ago, they stole 3 of my peons. Now the rest of my peons have run off because they're afraid they're going to be eaten by fell orcs. I can't run a mine without peons. If you could save the peons I lost, maybe the others will come back. The fell orcs have their camp along the wall to the southwest.
Keep it real.
Yeah, sure. Always with the goblins. Whee. Excuse me, I am here to rescue you. Oh, God. What? I'm not... Ah! Then I have nothing but joy for the fact that you enjoy them, Corduan. I have nothing else whatsoever that I can say about Ether Currents that I've not said 1,000 times before. We've actually discussed Ether Currents pretty much every single time I've reviewed FF14, including a couple weeks ago. Take for me to enjoy Ether Currents. Maybe if they were like jumping puzzles like in Guild Wars 2. Of course, players would hate that. That's just where it is. Now, I get your point, Riker's Beard. Again, the only argument you could possibly make is that I should immediately stop this review and discontinue all future MMO reviews. And if you don't mind my saying, I'd rather not do that, if that's okay with you. If that's a thing you could find acceptable. Because there is no real compromise there. We're reviewing or we're not. That's a very binary state, right? I will also say, as a complete aside, the idea of having to... I don't know. I'm an idiot. And I am. I freely admit that. I am worthless and terrible, and I will soon be dead. But to me, the very idea of having an option that makes something harder or more difficult for me is something that I love. Now, again, I'm the idiot here, so that only makes sense to me, I'm sure. But, like, for example, as I've already said, to use a specific example relative to this game, I actually like, in certain zones, not flying. Now, I won't do that for the case of the review because I'm in a hurry. I'm already like 3 weeks behind on this goddamn run. But, he says as he's jumping around, not doing anything. But it is something I enjoy doing. I enjoy limiting myself for the sake of actually increasing my overall enjoyment. I mean, I know single-player games don't apply, but I like playing Mega Man games without using power-ups because it's fun, because it increases the challenge, because it changes how you play the game. You know, optional hard mode. I mean, this game, of all games, has optional hard mode literally baked into it because it has this achievement right here. And I love this stuff. This is optional hard mode 101. Defeat Veramothras without actually triggering Alone in the Darkness. There you go. Boom. Do something harder for fun. I know you get a reward for that, but honestly, that's not why I do those. Thanks for saving my peons. Now maybe I can get them to fix my shredder with those pots he found. Maybe even to earn some money. Oh, I can't wait to be back in Booty Bay.
Be good.
I finally got my shredder working, but I seem to have lost the keys. I keep a pack of fellhounds to protect my camp. They don't do a very good job of it, and they like to bite me a lot. They're like shiny things. I think this one fellhound might have eaten my keys. I'll pay you if you take my fellhound on a walk, kill some hellboars, let him eat. He'll do his business. When he's done, see if he can find the keys in his leavings.
Have a good one.
Oh, that's another thing. WoW itself has another optional hard mode. It literally has hardcore mode. In fact, it has hardcore mode and don't interact with other players mode. Anyways. So, ladies and gentlemen, savor it. To my knowledge, and I could be wrong about this, this is the very, very first poop quest in this game. And it is not the last. I don't have the Fellhound. Yeah. Damn it. Come here. Okay, so. Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of with you. Can we just not have these quests? Let's dig through the poop. Hello, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. It's gross. It's not funny. Alright, dig through the poop. And then, what I love about this quest is they eat the hellboars and then they immediately go to the bathroom. Wow! That only took 2? That is probably the best luck I've ever had on this quest. Usually this takes closer to like 7 or 8 for me. Kargath. Kira White Noise.
Time is money.
Yeah, no, that's some next level Taco Bell stuff right there. Did you find my keys? I'm sure one of my Fellhounds ate it. It's probably the one I sent with you. Probably.
Keep it real.
You smell terrible, but you found my keys. Thank you so much. Now I can get the shredder started and get making some money. Pretty soon I'll leave Alan. I don't know why you'd stay. I hate this place. Wouldn't you be rather back in Booty Bay? Maybe do some fishing?
Have a good one.
I'm almost back in business. Problem is, there's these Gnarg in my mind. I can't send my peons in there, and even once I fix this shredder, I wouldn't want to risk it in combat. Get deep down there, they have a leader. Kill him, maybe the Gnarg will leave. I can make some money and buy my way out of here. I'm going to say that 5 more times because I really, 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 really want to get out of here. What? I don't even know what that is. That's a weird error. One negative for each poop quest. Well, it's funny you say that because these quests 100% deserve a negative. I know I just blurred through them, but you have to understand the drop rate on that stupid poop quest is not good. That's ignoring the fact that it's kind of clunky and really doesn't like it when you're playing with a friend. Like, that doesn't share properly at all. So the way it works is I was doing it alone, so no real issues there. But you walk up to, you kill a thing, and you have your guy out, and then the guy walks up and eats it. But if you have anyone else in the party, or even anyone else nearby, all of those scripts and triggers suddenly go straight to hell. It's also gross and not funny, I agree with that. What would the world be without poop? It would be a lot cleaner. Imagine if we had 100% efficiency. Picture a world. This is also a good time as any to mention that rogues were... damn it, Riker's Beard. Rogues were considered tremendously... God damn it! Overpowered back in the day. Not because they were good at anything. No, no, no. It's just because of the fact that you could ignore mobs. Like, we have to carve our way through wave after wave of enemy to get into here. Why does this keep happening? That's a new one. In case you're not seeing this, what this is this is an error for them talking in a different language. But, like, the error there is for the Blizzard chat frame base. In other words, that's not actually one of my add-ons. That's just Blizzard. Why is that not... Like, why is that throwing an error? I know it's triggering it. It's them saying something in Demon. It's right here. Gol ador uden here ava asir narogashan. Yes, that's what it's saying. But like, huh? This should not be throwing an error. Okay, well, what's the add-on then, Uthor? What though? I'll leave this up here because I legitimately don't know what there is here. There it is. God, it's all at the end of this stupid place. Thankfully, I don't have to really see the middle of my screen to play my game here. I still have my health bar down there. Uh-oh. Okay, he's dead. I mean, Lord knows this most recent patch is actually really freaking buggy. And I absolutely blame Blizzard for this, well, and possibly Microsoft. Because the thing is, they had a really rushed deadline to push out the anniversary patch to coincide with the anniversary. And there have been quite a few bugs that were introduced this very patch. My personal favorite is the map bug, which I've encountered with near 100% accuracy. That is to say 100% repeatable. Because the moment you leave immediate render range when it comes to being on the map, it immediately says the player is way over there, off in the ocean. 500 miles that way. No, they're not like 20 feet south of you. Well, like 200 feet south of you. Alright, hang on. The reload UI isn't going to change anything, so no. So, retail, interface, add-ons. What? I actually already have Kinect's Cow, believe it or not. Yeah, exactly, Aralia. There's a lot of things there. A lot of things. Okay, so this is interesting. So this is referring to add-ons, Blizzard chat frame base, main lane chat frame, yada yada yada. That folder does not exist. Let me double check something really quick. Nope, that's just formatting, so that doesn't matter. Okay. Hang on. Give me a minute. Okay, that's not gonna help. Let's try... Nope, that doesn't exist. Okay. Nope. That folder does not exist. I even searched for it. Okay. Alright, well, hang on. Let's double check something really quick. Enjoy the music. Well, we're never going to finish the song. Did you enjoy Rock and Roll Racing? It was alright. I only played it like twice. Bartender should not do anything. In fact, I should not have an add-on that does anything to chat windows. And you're right. That's actually a good point. This character only has Bartender going, and that's it. Hey, Jaren Grayman. So, hang on. I don't want to do this, but it might fix it. Really quick, thank you again for the sub. Always. I'll put that towards I Have No Mouth, which is just kind of a weird name for a game, but here we are. Fallout 3 and Breath of Fire 4. Alright, let's try this. Oh, God. Oh, that's wrong. Oh, everything's wrong. Everything's wrong. Okay, hang on. So it's... God, the audio's wrong. Everything's wrong. Everything's wrong. Okay, hang on. So my name... Always show nameplates. Give me a second. just give me a second. Block guild invite. Ping is fine. Key bindings are still there. That's good to know. Audio. Here we go. So, music should be here. Sound effects should be way down here. Voice should be up. Ambience should be up. Music should be higher than that. Music should be looped. Error speech should be off. Open the adventure guide. No, I'm good. Not even sure what my adventure guide is off the top of my head. Really, I'm not actually sure. Here's some things, because you've never played this game before, because you just reset a whole bunch of options. Okay, I think we're mostly where we need to be. Let's go see if we can provoke that error again. It should be pretty easy to do. We just have to kill these guys until they say anything. Okay, we can turn the music down. God, you guys are so finicky with your volume. Why? Why do you hate me so much? Why, OBS? Mouse. My mouse is wrong. My mouse is wrong. Mouse. Let's turn that down. It's still a little too high. That still feels wrong. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with my mouse? Oh God, what is wrong with my mouse? Why is my mouse wrong?
my DPI is correct. That feels... My mouse is doing something weird. I'm not even sure how to describe it. It's just different. Whatever, let's go kill things. Whoops. Why is everything loud? I turned everything down just seconds ago. Why is everything so loud? Is that... Let's let him talk. I need you to talk. Could you talk, please? I don't know if we've added a ping plus yet. Hang on. God, your aggro radius is huge. No, the ping feature is great. I love the ping feature. Oh my god, there's a thing over there. Bwong. Oh no, target this thing. Oh no, here's an enemy that's about to aggro. Ping feature is awesome. Get Indian. Do it, Mr. Red. Do it for me. Do it for my sake. I'm just not at this point with this. This is just my life. I'm never going to get out of the Starfield curse. I'm just cursed by Starfield forever. This is my life now. Come on, one of you talk. Please? Please. One of you talk. Anything. Really. Just... Actually, no. I did a console CVAR's default. Several other people mentioned that it did actually work for them. It's just that, you know, it reset to online CVAR's, which... Oh, I need to fix that. Oh, that's awful. Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate that. Fix that. Fix that. Where is it? Sound in background. Oh. Also, max sound channels. Just, ugh. If they update the drop rate, then good. Those quests are still crappy, though. Okay, this is pissing me off. Nobody's talking now. I'm just mass murdering these people, and they're like, what? What do you want? Wants to talk? Screw you, buddy. No, this is the right cave. Wow, this is really frustrating. I just want to know if it's freaking fixed. That's all I care about, please. Favorite Burning Crusade zone visually? Netherstorm. Instantly and without hesitation. Ignoring the obvious reasons, it is a wonderful showcasing. I give up. I'm just going to move on. If we see the error again, we'll know it didn't fix.
Yo!
All those Ganarger. Sure to clear out by now. I'll be back in Booty Bay within a week. Can't wait to go fishing again. Oh, coming to Outland was a mistake. If you take my advice, you'll head back to where you came. Spend some time at Stranglethorn, or if you feel adventurous, head to Ungoro. Just don't stay here.
Keep it real.
Yeah. Okay, bye. Alright, whatever. Now they wasted way too much time on a single bug. That's just my life right now. Here's a bug. Oh, thanks.
What would you ask
It
of
is my honor to serve the wishes of the Horde. How might I serve you?
Embrace them.
Ah, yes, the blood of the Bone Chewer clan. I'm very curious about these orcs. They're still depraved fiends of the past, but their strength and power is greater than what I heard. Well, let us begin, shall we?
Remember.
Hollywake, my equipment here is unfortunately not configured for the tests I'd like to perform. However, my colleagues at Spinebreaker and Apothecary Albrecht possess the necessary implements. I've acquired a sample of bleeding hollow blood, gained from a past mission of Thrallmar agents. Take the sample to Albrecht, allow him to study it. She's also confirmed that the Bone Chewers are imbued with demonic power, but not the specifics of why. Very strange. So now we get our next major go-to do some of the worst quests in this zone. My opinion. Really gets across how cracked and broken the terrain is, though. Just think about how this would be awful to navigate for just a second. The good news is that we've got decent flight paths in this zone.
Greetings.
No, really, if you'll think about it. It's not great, but like we've got one down here, one up at Thrallmar, one over by the Blood Elves, and one at technically in Zangarmarsh, but that also means we have one over on the western edge. And of course one on the eastern edge. So one of the problems that Azuremist and Bloodmist both have is not here, so I will not be digging the game for flight path placement. Not that it matters, because we can freaking fly at this point.
What is it?
Welcome to Spinebreaker Post. How might my talents serve you?
Trust no one.
Blood test, it'll be my pleasure. I always enjoy working with blood.
Our time will come.
Please excuse me while I begin my tests. It's interesting. If I... What's this? That's actually disgusting when you think about it. Ooh. Hey, guards. There you go. That's the thing. Wake up, guys. If my blood hadn't clotted long ago, I'd be boiling with rage right now. So this is one of our regional story arcs, and arguably an MSQ. The line between regional and MSQ kind of blurs in older content. Truthfully stated, I would say the true MSQ, like an expansion-wide MSQ, didn't really codify until sometime around Pandaria.
Speak quickly.
The last experiment was not a complete loss. I did save a small bit of the blood you brought me. Now boiled down, it should be free of whatever curses the Bleeding Hollow witches placed on their own people's blood. I need more for study. Go gather more blood from the orcs in Zethgor, and bring it to their cursed cauldron and boil it. Bring me the boiled blood. Yes, this quest sucks. Every quest sucks. Yes! Sorry. Oh yeah, no, like, you do this quest with a bunch of other people. There were dozens of scarabs here, and they were killing people. I was sent here to make contact with the unyielding spirits. Those once proud Alliance soldiers were defeated long ago, and now their cursed spirits haunt the ruins to the west. If they would only join us, we would gain a powerful ally. Imagine a legion of undying warriors to use against our enemies. But these undead are mad with hatred and will not listen to me. Maybe they can be forced to join us. Yes, let me, an undead, force you to try and enslave some more undead. Probably Auralia, absolutely. In fact, I would go so far as to say absolutely. Because, yeah, no, Hellfire, I'm not emphasizing it correctly. Hellfire is gargantuan. The render radius is larger than it's ever been, and I cannot see Thrallmar from here. And that's just the first town to the second, to the first outpost. I can't even see the dark portal from here. Imagine doing this on foot. If render radius isn't at max, something's wrong. Okay, so everything did get cranked down here. Let's fix that really quick. Okay, so can we see it now? Now that everything is cranked. Nope, still cannot see Thrallmar. It's just, yeah, it is what it is. I should double check everything else to make sure everything else is correct. I don't want ray tracing on. It doesn't look any different anyways, trust me. Do not have a max background FPS, screw you. Do not have a target FPS, screw you.
Should be everything. Dark portal. Nope, still can't see the dark portal, even if I get way up here. Yeah, Kurthus West, exactly. That's where we're at here. Long have I wandered through Outland, searching for the truth of the void. Yes, perhaps you can help me. I must learn the secrets of the Void Walkers. You must find the warp fields to the west of the Expedition Armory. There's a dark place on the edge of the abyss where time and space are weak. Use my unstable warp rift generator in the warp fields to create a warp rift. Warp up the warp nether through the warp creatures to get me some warp tacos and a warp salad on the side, please. And a warp coke with extra warp.
Loktar.
Just as Zethgor came into view, a Legion patrol caught sight of me. I ran, hoping to duck into one of the towers in the distance, but one of their fellhounds caught up with me and nearly hamstrung me. I managed to escape, but my leg is in terrible shape. Stoneguard Amberlin found me and brought me here. Now I have to find a way to tend to my leg. Spine leaf grows in and around the Valley of Bones to the north. A salve made with it will dull the pain enough for me to travel.
Go forth to victory.
So, there's these guys with a catapult, right? And there's Honor Hold. One of the grunts says, you know, I bet we can hit Honor Hold from here. If General Krakork found out, he'd eat us alive. Don't. We can tell him Hagash stumbled into it and fired it accidentally. And Hagash says, I'm blind, not you stupid so-spawn, not deaf. Don't even think about it. I guess we won't attack people we're not actually at war with for no good reason. Wanted, Wargmaster Krush, and that's actually it. Wanted quests are the closest thing to tasks that we have in this era of content. In later eras, we have other things that kind of equate the same category. Alright, so let's do these quests. So, I should admit something. I love the entrance into Hellfire Peninsula, and in fact, one of the things I love is how well of a job it does. Mostly narratively, admittedly. But there's a lot of cool stuff. It's like, hey, there's the moment, there's the brickwork, there's the atmosphere, yes. And then you get to this point, and this is a usual quest path, is you go do Thrallmar, and then Thrallmar leads you down to Spinebreaker. And this is the exact moment at which I desperately want to leave this zone as quickly as possible. Like, the quests aren't exactly the best designed stuff ever, remember, the Blood quest, but then they get a little bit worse from this point onwards. So, if I've been positive about Hellfire, don't worry, we're about to get a lot more negative. Now, of all the things that I would call the Netherstorm era, I'm not sure Cozy would be on that list. I mostly enjoy the visual storytelling plus the implication of what it used to be. Like, we literally see bits and pieces of what the Netherstorm used to look like, thanks to those environment bubbles the Ethereal set up. It's okay, they're definitely going to add, I can't remember what it's called, what the Netherstorm used to be called to Warlords. Any day now. Any day. They said it's going to be a major patch. It's on the map, right? It was in the promo material. It's going to be great. I'm looking forward to it. Farallon. That's it. The Plains of Farallon. It'll be great. It'll be great. Oh man, the Catastarta zones are awesome. If Dayquil is sufficient, I have some to spare as is, period. It's actually an interesting question.
How would WoW 2 differ from WoW 1? Well, based on current trends, it would suck more. It would have more microtransactions. It would be obviously more monetized in general. It would run worse than WoW does. It would have very, very, very little content, right? Like, it would launch with, like, one patch with one zone. And then there would be a season pass. And the season pass would enable you to grind to gain access to tokens. And those tokens would then enable you to go access the new zones, right? All of this sounds like I'm joking. I want to stress that I'm not. As much as I think there should be a WoW 2, that's in an ideal world. And I know this is going to sound shocking, but we don't live in an ideal world. Yeah, basically think Lotro. No offense to Lotro fans, but I mean, that is kind of the direction I would think in that. For those of you not aware, Lotro is heavily over-monetized, to the point where it's actually kind of silly. It is possible to play Lotro without spending a single penny on it, like it is in most gacha games. It's not what I would call a pleasant experience, though. Now, also, no good story, no good gameplay. And the worst part of all is it would appeal very heavily to neither the me crowd nor the Huthor crowd. In other words, nobody would be happy with it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go carry some J-Quill. Come on. Come on. For Christ's sakes. Oh, jeez. I'm worried now, Blacker Spirit. I'm worried. I'm worried. Here, enjoy the view. Go ahead and ask your question. I will be right back. I gotta take some dip with my sister. All right. I'm ready for Riker's Beard's evil question. Here it comes. So, Riker's Beard says, "Dear Lore, you are Hitler." Yes! Yes, I am! No, man, you should, you should see my comment section. So I harp a lot against foundational MMO mechanics and concepts, even go so far as to actively dislike many of them. That is all very, very true. What was then and currently is now the core thing about these games, and the genre as a whole, that attracts you so much to them then that you've sunk countless hours into them? The single biggest answer to that by a huge margin, and I mean this with total sincerity, is co-op. Let's define that for a second. Now, I like the random interactions I've had in the MMOs, but that's not the goal. That's not co-op. Random interactions in an MMO, those are bonus points. I like sitting down with a friend or two or three or four and saying, hey, let's go do such and such, and then we do it. I love co-op. I eat co-op alive. Ever since I was first introduced to the concept of co-op, I would have to think about that, actually. I'm not sure when the first game was that introduced that concept. It would have been a while ago. The latest it would be Secret of Mana. But, yeah, exactly, Dakota. Those can be good, and they can be bad, and they can be completely non-memorable. It depends. As I mentioned before, I've had pretty good interactions in this game, including, again, literally last night. But, Gauntlet? I didn't really play Gauntlet with any friends back in the day, though. Oh, no, you know what? I've actually got one. Yeah, no, this is probably the first game that ever introduced me to co-op, and that would be Rampage, when you played as King Kong and Godzilla. Sorry, legally distinct King Kong and Godzilla. And ever since then, I discovered the joys of co-op. I'm an extremely social person in general. I know that sounds funny. And I love doing things with people in general. But I'm not into versus, right? To use another category for this, I don't like PvP-focused, points-based board games for the most part. I can enjoy them, but I enjoy them by not trying to win, because winning isn't the goal for me. The goal is just to have fun, right? So that kind of a thing is candy to me. It's probably the most sushi of all gameplay mechanics, of all the quality of life stuff, of all of the categories of things that just make that interesting or fun or whatever. It is the co-op that is the most important thing to me when it comes to game design. Now, Ross says, you like fighting games? Yes, I do. Can you already fill in the hole there? I like RTS games too, and shooters. So, getting back to your point specifically, what I enjoy the most out of of MMOs in general is being able to sit down with my friends and play through a game that we enjoy. Ideally, that would be a game we enjoy. Originally, it was a game that we endured. Like, I've spoken positively about Asheron's Call many times, but you have to understand, Asheron's Call was a terrible game. That is to say, a terrible game, to be clear with my terminology. It was a very good MMO. It was very, very, very focused on players have to fill in the holes, right? Like, there's obviously a little bit of in between there, like you yourself, Riker's Beard, mentioned that game design can inform social interactions. So, for example, one of the things that Asheron's Call added was the ability for any player to go to this big empty room. And I know what you're thinking, what? But no, think about that for a second. Every player on the entire server has a slash command, which I forget what it was, but it was like slash go to room, and you just type that in, and you start teleporting to that room from wherever you are in the world. So all of a sudden you have a meetup place, you have a place where people can trade, you have a place where people can craft or chat or whatever. It just became a hub room that everyone had access to, right? So that's the kind of thing that Asheron's Call had. But like, it still was a crap game. We put up with it because it was a way to hang out with friends, especially since it's really, really hard to play a co-op game with someone who lives half the country away from you. If for those of you not familiar with it, games like, for example, Secret of Mana or the aforementioned Gauntlet or Rampage required somebody sitting a few feet from you, playing the game on the same console with a controller that's connected to the same console. So,
Already there's a value in online co-op. In fact, online co-op is still to this day so rare that me and my friends actually go out of our way to trawl Co-Optimus and a few other sites in order to constantly keep an eye on new co-op games, because we tend to play those faster than they tend to come out. Now, all of this is a huge roundabout way of just mentioning one of those points. The other one, though, is that a lot of these games are just interesting and engaging from a purely single-player perspective to me, which I know sounds like a strange thing to say about an MMO, but I stand by that firmly. Other than the raids and the dungeons over in FF14, FF14 is a single-player game, fully, like top to bottom. There really is no co-op to speak of. So that's all there is to that. I enjoy the game for its single-player aspects. I enjoy the game as I would any other single-player game. Now, obviously, FF14 has its issues and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, WoW is the same way. I can actually speak from personal experience. When Cataclysm came out, all of my friends quit during Cataclysm. I've mentioned that a few times because of the Cataclysm launch. And, wow, I can completely ignore Hamstring. That's funny. So I played through all of the New World stuff, all the new updates to the Kalimdor and the Eastern Kingdoms, completely by myself, completely solo. And I could do that because that was fun. Because I liked the story, and I liked the quest, and I liked the gameplay. There we go. We're done. Fine. Jesus Christ. And yeah, I will freely admit that Arali is completely correct. If they ever, which they never will, it will never happen. Bethesda are such terrible developers and terrible publishers at this point in time that it's never, ever, ever happening. But if they ever made an Oblivion, or even a Skyrim, I can tolerate, but especially an Oblivion that was co-op, oh my god, we'd eat that up. And yes, I know you're about to bring up ESO. We were kind of in the middle of ESO. We sort of put that away for a while. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Just gonna get away from the many, many, many things there. And yeah, there are actually some mods. In fact, there's mods that's going far as back as Morrowind that'll enable you to play multiplayer. They're not great. Like, they're functional. I should admit we haven't looked into those in a while, so I'm not sure if they've gotten better. Does that answer you, right, Chris Beard? That was probably way, way too much answer for what you were looking for. I actually agree with that completely as Miristar, especially since it would allow for different specs to be in place, which would get rid of one of the bigger, what I would consider gameplay flaws of Skyrim, which is the scaling. Same thing with Oblivion. So if you don't mind my asking, what that I just said do you disagree with? Or are you just saying you disagree in general, in which case that's fine, I understand that completely. Because if you're saying you disagree with the fact that co-op is a good thing, then it's time to put the gloves on. Ding, ding, ding. Sorry. I know, right, as Miristar? Wouldn't that be cool? There's actually a lot of potential with an Elder Scrolls game co-op. I should know, because you know a game I actually really unironically love? Fallout 76. Now, if you're sitting there going, well, then allow me to try and explain. Fallout 76 is, at its fundamental core, a co-op Fallout game. It's actually a lot of fun co-op. There are some asterisks attached, because you basically have to jump right over vanilla, because vanilla Fallout 76 sucks. As anybody who's ever looked into that will tell you. But it is actually a lot of fun, and it's a very fun co-op. And once again, just like you were just talking about as Miristar, one of the things that's great about it is it allows for multiple different builds and multiple different specs that can complement each other. So even ignoring just the general co-op fun, there's a lot that can be done to make the overall experience better by virtue of having co-op. It's one of the reasons why I've said for years that Dark Souls should be co-op down to its core, rather than an optional hard mode thing. Because I legitimately believe that most Dark Souls-esque games, Souls-likes I guess is what we call those, are improved by the addition of a friendly player. Now, I know there's asterisks to that. I'm not trying to say that there aren't. By the way, how do you like this quest? So loot 12 items off of orcs. Don't always drop. You saw how long that took me.
I know I was yammering on about co-op stuff and MMO stuff for a while there, but this still took me a while to get 12 of these stupid things. And then you have to walk up to a thing, use it, and then thankfully I know what I'm doing, so I immediately run. Oh no, that guy's gonna die. I'm gonna save him. I'm gonna save him. I can't heal him. I can't heal him. I got your back. I got your back. I'm gonna help. I'm gonna help. I'm gonna help. Okay. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Sorry that happened.
And then you have to go to a cauldron, right-click it, and you can't spam click it. You have to wait. You can usually get 2 in before they aggro you, but each one of these you do spawns these stupid scarabs. And a lot of them. And if you stick around, these scarabs will absolutely murder you. I'm not actually sure if that's true anymore. I should probably test that for the sake of the review. So let's just wander in here. And let's see how bad this is. Okay, so let's see. I don't have a lot of AoE as a pre... Oh, Jesus, I'm dead. Hang on, hang on. I might survive this. Hang on, let's get some heals going. Let's get this one. Let's get this one. Oh, jeez. Nope, yeah, yeah, okay, that would have killed me if that druid hadn't helped me there. Oh, I have full screen warnings on. How do I turn that off? Do not flash screen. There we go. Cool. Tell me about it, Rahalia. That's going to be funny. And by the way, I need to do this 12 times total. So, usual X of Y low drop rate problem. That guy's just shredding. Look at that. Oh, also here, have a buff. Thank you. Wait, is that Maverick? That's Maverick! Damn it! Maverick just saved my life. But yeah, no, this quest turbo sucks. Especially since, as you might imagine, you know, doing this when a lot of people are here means a lot of people clamoring for access to the same cauldron while we're all constantly spamming scarabs that are just spawning everywhere. This individual quest can go directly to hell. Yes, I accept everything. I accept. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, I layered. Oh Jesus. Ah! Run! Run! Oh god. Oh god. Okay, hang on. I can make this work. I just wasn't ready. Pop some buffs. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay, we're good. Let's get out of here. Okay. Pause. Now I can finally read what Riker's Beard had been saying. I'm not trying to ignore you, I swear. I had beetle problems, you know. Dungeon Magic Lightbringers? Oh, that sounds cool. I miss Mystara. You can actually play those games now, it's just they're really janky. Let's see. I enjoy experiences that come with meeting and interacting with new people, as well as people I've already established relationships. I should be looting while I'm doing this. Those memories resonate with me more than you get from some random piece of loot. Scrolling down. So when a game goes out of its way to take away the potential of those experiences, it goes against my interests. I feel the same way about voice chat programs like Discord. Okay. I miss just interacting with random strangers in voice chat back in the day. Now people just isolate them as an unsecluded Discords and only act with what they know and they have vetted. It takes away from the emergent social experience I used to revel in as a teenager. Okay, no, I think I get where you're going with that. I think you're going to get it. I thought you were insane for a second. Then I realized you are insane because, I mean, you're watching me. But, no, I get that. We've talked about this before. It's the ships passing in the dark, right? That's what that boils down to be. I need 2 more. 1, and there's 2. Let's not grab that one. Let's grab this one over here. Get this time. So when people advocate for more features and systems that isolate me from the rest of the multiplayer populace, I find it inherently negative. Okay, no, that makes perfect sense. Might I recommend Guild Wars 2, Riker's Beard? Because I've never seen a game that has game systems built to advocate ships passing in the night better than Guild Wars 2. Seasoned fries and cheese. That sounds evil. Good, but evil. Aha! You're ahead of me. As expected. I mean, Guild Wars 2 is probably one of the most... I can't put that in one word. It's one of the games that does the best job of advocating you interacting with random strangers of the MMOs that I've seen. Even more so than older MMOs, which kind of mandated that. Yeah, Guild Wars 2, it's actually funny because Guild Wars 2 is an incredibly soloable game. Mysterious book, how strange. Point in fact, I have never played Guild Wars 2 with more than one person. That's not true, I played it with 2 people at sometimes, but... Because again, it's a co-op game, right? But, at the same time, I've interacted with lots and lots and lots and lots of strangers in Guild Wars 2 because that's kind of how the game was designed. Oh no, someone summoned the... I can't remember his name. The second Kralkatoric dragon, not the first one. Like, half the time, especially on some of my specs, I just run around rezzing people. Anyways. Point being, why are you watching me, Riker Spirit? But this is one of the reasons why I'm going to try very, very hard to stop actually talking about WoW Vanilla, WoW Classic, and everything like that. Because I really feel like we've circled the drain on that as thoroughly as it's possible to do. I really have nothing else new to add at this point. Except for stories. I'll always tell stories. So once upon a time, there I was, doing this very quest. And I was like, alright, we got this. This will be easy. And then a friend of mine went AFK for a few, I don't know, minutes. Had to go to the bathroom or grab a drink. It doesn't really matter what. And they AFK'd like right here. And so the usual policy for that was, okay, the other person just go ahead and watch them, right? Make sure that they don't die. And I'm like, okay, no problem. And so I died, and then they died, and then they came back. And they're like, what the hell happened? Yeah, so this area, especially if you're new and not quite sure what's going on, and it's swarmed properly, these guys can chain pretty easily. And they hurt, especially the mages. And the knights stun you. So, you know, I died. I was on a hunter at the time, if that makes you feel better. Alright, so. The movement question. So FF14 has a thing as an option, which I actually don't use, it's worth noting. Where going backwards is just running backwards instead of actually backing up. I don't actually remember why I don't use that, because something about it just really threw me. I think it's because my strafing doesn't work correctly with it. I don't know, it's something like that. But either way, it doesn't work in my brain. But I do like that being an option. I kind of wish WoW would implement that option. And this is when you say, Battler! Because you've turned into a Ferengi, or a gnome in this case, to be more accurate. They have operated that option. It's great. You should turn it on immediately. And I'm like, oh, thank you for telling me that. And then I don't turn it on because I'd rather die. This is why you always have an emergency knife. No, Ganas, we have and never will discuss Vanilla WoW ever again. We've only been doing it non-stop every single one of these streams for the last week or so. I guess week is exaggerative. It feels like a week because I just can't get anywhere. I'm never going to... this whole day, I'm going to be doing Hellfire Peninsula the whole day. I'm not even halfway through this zone, and then I have to do it on the Alliance. This is my life. Never getting past Hellfire. I'm never getting past BC, the whole game. Everyone just, you know what it is? Everyone loves Classic so much that they just want me to stream BC, and so they have adjusted the universe to encourage me to be stuck here, constantly playing BC zones, and never be able to get onto anything that is past this. This math has been altered. Please kill me. Notice how a lot of the quests here also follow the same general precepts that Ghostlands did. For example, you know, it's not go kill 5 of this and 3 of this, it's go kill 12. Neither did I, Spartan, although we have been delayed a few times. I always knew that the first 4 zones would be slow, because you can't fly in them. But I will admit, Hellfire is definitely taking longer than I thought it would. Like, we've only paused to talk a few times. I haven't really been too bad about that. We've probably lost maybe 30, 40 minutes to talking. It just takes that long to go through it. I am reminded of when we were going through FF14 ARR, and by about the halfway point of it, I started having viewers saying, "Are we done yet?" I was like, "No." How about now? No, listen, we'll get done with it soon. And then you move on to another game? No, then we'll move on to the next expansion. What? Don't worry, the expansions are shorter. You sure? Yes. Yeah, no, Outlands is definitely more vanilla than it is modern. The way I used to divide it was you had Vanilla, BC, and Wrath, and those were all pretty much done with the same general philosophy in mind. Then Kata up to, I'd say, Legion was the next overall philosophy. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that one. That's strange. Hang on a second. Weird. Well, anyways. Sorry, moving on. I mean, yeah, we are kind of in the middle of Blizzard being like, "Hey, anniversary." I mean, how many people have I had hopping on saying, "Hey, are you super excited about, you know, the WoW Classic thing, or which Classic thing are you gonna be playing on?" And I have to be very, very diplomatic about that because I don't want to be mean about it. And I'm not a dick, I think. Hang on. Yes. Confirmed. Yeah, aren't you excited about, like, the WoW stuff that's happening? And the Classic stuff, and, like, the Classic reset, which just happened? Are you gonna play Classic BC anytime soon? It's gonna be great. I hope people enjoy it, and I do. I've been told that sounds condescending. And to be frank, I guess I could see that, but to be very clear, none of that is intended to be thusly. If you walked up to me and looked at me in the eye and said, "I really enjoy Secret of the Stars," I'd be like, "Cool."
Greetings.
You're insane, but, you know. Report! Is that bleeding hollow blood I see in your sleeve? I hope so! Ah, you slew the villain. Well done, well done. His death will defang those cursed Warg Riders. In fact, I hope you took a few of them out during your foray. Only one.
Strength.
Whoop. The Bleeding Hollow clan have betrayed their noble heritage. We, the orcs who fought and died to save ourselves from the fell taint of Manaroth, look upon our vile cousins and see only weakness and innobility. So that they must burn. Enter Sethgor, their bastion to the east, and burn their buildings. Kill their peons, ignite them at the forge, and hurl the forger. Burn them all and return to me.
Thrall Hall.
Have you brought the plants?
Strength.
Well, these should do the job. I'm going to prepare the salve and finish my splint before making my way back to Thrallmar. Why do I have a feeling I know what Farseer Regal Gut will say when he sees me? Thanks for your help. I have some of the spine leaf left over. You're welcome to it. Who knows when it might prove useful.
Be safe.
When I was wounded in the waist, I saw his goblin Zeppelin crash. I went down to the northwest beyond the armory. The Zeppelin was on fire. Shrieking, burning goblins were falling like bombs. Of course, I was in a lot of pain and lost a lot of blood. I may have imagined the whole thing. If you can find any survivors, we can offer them sanctuary here.
May your blades never dull.
What now?
Do you have the boiled blood? I'm eager to study it without interruption this time.
Lady, watch
Very good. Now I can more easily perform my test. Thank you. Your talents are considerable.
Goodbye.
I should fix this real quick.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummles. Like you.
Let's just get all this crap. None of this is worthwhile. None of this. Get out of my inventory. Get out of my inventory. Get out of here. Get out of here. I suppose I could.
Farewell, friend of the Grummles.
Holywick, I have prepared a preliminary report of my findings regarding the Bleeding Hollow orcs. My colleague in Thrallmar will be happy to receive them. He studies the phenomenon of fell orcs, in hopes of preventing such a tragedy from again befalling our orcish allies. Take this report, and I'll continue my study of the blood you brought me. If fortune's with us, we'll isolate the cause of the fell orc affliction.
Beware the living. I am forsaken.
What's this? A book carried by an unyielding spirit. How strange. Let me study it. Perhaps I can learn the history of the unyielding.
Remember.
I have studied ancient history my entire life. I've never seen anything like this book. It tells the entire history of the armory, including the events that happened after its destruction. The unyielding have kept their history even after they'd fallen in battle. With this book, we'll be able to understand the unyielding and convince them to join us.
Victory for Sylvanas.
No. Listen, we can't have undead paladins because, you know, I don't think I've ever heard an actual answer to that. Oh, that sucks. So everyone who has Discord on my server or the FF14 server, Reximus's account on Discord has been hacked. One moment, please. I just want to stream WoW, okay? Can I just stream WoW, please? For 5 seconds. That's all I'm asking. What's really irritating is I think he's actually the admin on that Discord, so I can't do anything about him over here. I'm just gonna do this. Hang on. This is really irritating. Apologize for this delay. Interesting. Just don't click anything he says, and don't look at his private messages. That's really all that boils down to. You know, something that irritates me slightly is that these kind of criminal acts, because that is what this is, are not considered criminal acts legally. If we decided to pursue, you know, police action against someone who's doing this kind of thing, we actually couldn't. It's not possible. I mean, I guess that varies from country to country, but in the United States, cops don't take digital crime seriously. Like, near universal, not unless it involves a huge dollar amount. Random complaint. Yeah, that too. I mean, I don't want to get into the age thing again, because apparently I'm a weirdo for thinking that age is a problem. Whatever. Just gonna leave Discord now. Again. Did they even do anything? That's actually an interesting statement, Ganas. So let me tell you a little truth about internet security or digital security, excuse me, that most people don't seem to realize. We are way ahead of the digital criminals in terms of digital security when you zoom the camera out. If I was to bring in an actual governmental agency whose job it is to white hat, they would be able to find whoever. Let me use a specific example. Right now, Rax's account got hacked. They could probably find out who did that inside of like 10 minutes. Figure out where they're from, how they did it, all kinds of fun stuff like that. And then have a warrant ready for their arrest pretty quickly, because that's the kind of thing that just needs a judge's stamp, right? Boom, done, go. And then they could go and arrest the jackass and have them tried for hacking someone's account. Now, nobody does that because of many reasons, but that's where we're at. We are very advanced when it comes to our counter-hacking at this point in history. So what they could do is everything. The problem is, well, everything else related to that. And in the interest of fairness, there is another asterisk on top of that, and that is jurisdiction. The jurisdiction is kind of its own problem when it comes to cybersecurity, because obviously you've heard the old thing, right? This is from stuff in the 60s and 50s. I just got to get across the state line, and then I'm safe. So, you know, that's not 100% true. That's actually not even partially true. However, there are issues in the way of that when it comes to jurisdiction. For example, let's say the hacker who just grabbed Rax's account is actually from China. What exactly do we have the power to do about that? Because the CCP is, you know, a garbage pile that's on fire. So now with some countries, we could reach out and be like, hey, and do a handoff. This is actually something that does happen in real life. If someone from the UK is hacked by someone from the United States, they do actually have the availability to reach out and legally say, hey, here's the thing, here's the crime, here's our files, please deal with this, and they'll say, you got it. Now, that kind of stuff usually happens, again, with larger crimes and with other issues related there too. So you don't usually see that for small crime, but it is absolutely something that we already have channels to take care of. The catch is most of those boil down to individual treaties. So, for example, we might be cool with the UK, But we might not be cool with France, or we might be cool with Germany, but we might not be cool with Italy, and we might be cool with Greece, and blah, 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 blah. You get the idea. And yeah, expedition treaties exist for a reason and a half for many, 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 many years. It is a bit of a paperwork mess, but what irritates me is it is functionally a solved problem. Like, we're there, currently. We know how to track these people. We know how to reach out and find out where they are. We know how to reach out and legally procure them in order to then pursue legal action. We can and should treat these people as criminals, and we should bash down on them, in my opinion. Moving on.
This had better be good.
I apologize for the 5,000th interruption. Perhaps we've taken the wrong approach to the Unyielding. The tone tells me the expedition army was destroyed by the Orcs and Death Knights long ago. The Unyielding remain here as vengeful spirits trapped by an eternal battle against the fellow Orc clans. They think only of revenge. We must arrange for them to defeat their most hated enemies. Enter the armory once again and find Lieutenant Commander Thalvos. He carries a battle horn. Bring it to me.
Beware the living.
Mukra!
Hollowake! You have braved the lair of the blood-bleeding Hollow Orcs, the dreaded Zethgor, and survived. Perhaps you have the strength to aid me, for I aim to gaze into the mind of its darkest witch, Grillock. Take this shard, use it to ensorcel the eye of Grillock, and bind it to yourself. Return here and approach my cauldron. It will pull the eye from you. Go, and use care. The eye will betray you to our enemies if given the slightest opening. Yeah, this quest. This freaking quest.
What is it?
The Unyielding have felt the strength of the Horde. No doubt they will be soon in the mood to listen to my proposed alliance. Now that we've killed all of them. Evil laughter. So, they like to do a bunch of chain quests back in the day. I'm not sure how much of that was experiment. Oh god, I'm playing the wrong class. And how much of that is just whatever their design philosophy was at the time. But for example, I have to kill peons. Why? Because peons drop an item. Okay, but what do I need the item for? Well, the item enables me to burn a hut. Right? Wrong! Dead wrong. We need to go to a forge, which is over here. Zoop. And now that we're at the forge, we can ignite the torch. And then we can go burn a thing. And we have to do that for each thing, of course. That's an awesome way to start a sentence, Ross. So I was thinking about the Borg. Careful, it might be like Beetlejuice. You might summon them. Right here, game. Oh yeah, no, flying... If you're doing this quest back in the day, you didn't have flying. You do now. We are reviewing these games now. They get credit for having flying now. But that's important, because otherwise this quest chain right here would get more negatives than I'm already giving it. And I am giving this quest chain negatives because it does kind of suck. Like, go loot an item, go to a specific spot, light it on fire, go to the thing you actually want to burn, use the item, repeat 4 times. Also, you're on a timer the entire time. Well, now, again, that's not terrible, but back in the day... Remember, there's the one forge. It's over there. Then you gotta get all the way over here, probably fighting mobs the entire way. This is yet another example of a quest that was just kind of a thing, especially if you didn't have a group. Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, hang on. What if you did have a group? It might be a little bit tolerable, but then your group would be fighting every other group here for mobs. Because this place was camped to hell and back, because this was one of many bottleneck quests. In fact, if you're paying attention, most of the quests in Hellfire were bottleneck quests. You can loot multiple torches, you can get them in advance. That's what we used to do. Let's just make sure we get all the torches first, then kill our way over here. Ignite the suckers. And, you know, and then move on. Okay, so. Now. And remember, this was the pre-sharing tag days. What do you want? Go ahead and pop this. Now, the good news is burning shares, I think, Looks like it does. Excellent. Now let's go get an eye. You like eyes, right? Delicious eyes. Maybe. I need an eyeball. Uh-oh. I'll save you. Maybe. Oh, congrats, Talia. Alright, Ross, I'm ready. I'm ready. What's the unpopular conclusion? I gotta heal Mr. Road over here. Maybe? There we go. Oh no, this torch quest used to piss me off. Oh, hey. Who has the eye? Somebody has the eye. I'm not sure if the eye quest shares. You might want to go turn that in. Yes, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Well, actually, let me walk that sentence back for a second. No. But I think it was right for them to resurrect him for Legion. That was the correct call, in my opinion. I'll still give it a negative. But then I will bury it in positives. And that's the reason why. It's the Darth Maul thing all over again. Ugh. Okay, so let's see if this shares. I think it shares here. Come over here by the cauldron. Yep, it shared. Woo!
Blood and thunder.
The orcs of the Bleeding Hollow clan were dark allies long ago, and even darker enemies now.
For the Horde.
I am indebted to you. You have braved Zethgor and held its darkness close to your heart. I will study the eye and perhaps pierce the secrets of its master. How dare you take my eye? I will crush your soul and feed it to my blinded, whimpering imps. Come to my lair, whelp. Pay for your insolence.
Victory.
So Grillock has wagered a piece of himself to dark powers and gained magic for it. His lost eye burns deep in some hellish pit, now a demon's trinket, and the patch that covers his betrayal holds its own dark secrets. Bring me his eye patch. I will reward you for the service.
Dabu.
Okay, there's the gold weave tunic. Yay.
Look, Tom.
I can see the smoke and flames from here. May the bleeding hollow fiends burn to ash and drift far from the sight of any true orc. Thank you, Holy Wake. You helped burn away an affront to every orc's spirit.
Strength.
Alright, let's go kill Grillock and finish off this particular arc. I think I would agree with that, Ross. Honestly, as awful as it sounds, it might have been better if Picard wasn't de-assimilated, and thus the standard was maintained that you can't be, you know? Game. God damn it. Freaking grounding totems. Let's rip off his eye patch. There we go. Nom, nom. Delicious eye patch. Wearing this would be a bad idea. It would severely hinder your vision.
Speak.
The evils of the Bleeding Hollow orcs know no bound, and are rivaled only by their shattered hand cousins.
Victory.
Just as some who lost a hand or a leg in battle oftentimes feel their severed limb. I wonder if Grillock still clutched his lost eye in the dark, dark dreams. I too will dream on this, and if fortune is with us, I will learn what drew Grillock and the Bleeding Hollow orcs to succumb to the demons.
For the Horde.
So, everyone ready for, like, the greatest chess piece in the game? It actually looks better on females, but here it is. Behold! Yep, soak it in. Oh, yeah. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Oh, yeah, that's just great. Oh, that's fantastic. All right. Moving on. Just the greatest. I even referenced this exact chess piece earlier. So, I actually kind of agree with you. Not fully, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. I do think BC has quite a bit of good stuff going forward story-wise, and I anticipate it'll probably be a net positive overall narratively. But I do absolutely agree with you that its external continuity is pretty bad. I mean, I came up with the term Alzheimer's for a reason, you know? Having said that, Arthas taking down Illidan was... I mean, I don't personally think it was a particularly good cutscene. Either version of them, actually. But, like, if you ignore the actual specifics of the visuals and all that, yeah, no, I was with it as a concept. Yep. Illidan's... Illidan is a villain who is on the side of the heroes, is the simplest way to put that. He is overall a villainous individual, like top to bottom. He was something... Yeah, I remember that record group. He is someone who is selfish, egotistical, prideful, and he wants to be the hero. We'll actually talk a lot more about Illidan when we get to Legion. But the thing about Illidan is that he is in a unique position in the lore, and that he knows about as much as we do, the players. I bring that up... I'm already done with these, wow. I bring that up because most people don't. Most people don't understand what the Legion is. Most people don't understand the scale and scope of the problem. And as a consequence... He is willing to go through lengths and do things that most people aren't even willing to consider. And he feels those are necessary because he understands the scale and scope of the problem. And other people are like, ah, and he's just like, ugh. Now, it's not like he's completely innocent of that, because remember, he is villainous overall. If someone is like, Illidan, we must stop your evil demonic ways, his response, rather than being like, guys, I'm not a demon lord. Okay. I'm trying to stop the Legion. Could you quit? Rather than trying to talk at any point in time, he's just like, oh, deal with the minions. I have other things to deal with. And this ends up biting him in the ass pretty much constantly.
Strength and honor.
Have you managed to use my experimental device yet? I think the warp generator will work close to the abyss. Yes! Unbelievable. You've touched the void itself. You've saved my life's work. There's more that must be done, and you can help me. We must improve the warp rift generator. We must take it to the Void Ridge. You must avoid the foul fort of Zethgor. Go east beyond Zethgor. Here's some directions. There you must kill the walkers and bring me the shards of their souls. With their power, we will improve the warp rift generator and open a portal to the dark beyond that cannot be closed. Why are we doing this quest again?
I'm listening.
We must help the Unyielding soon. If we can convince them to join us, the Horde will have gained a powerful ally.
Goodbye.
You've done well. This horn will allow us to summon them, if they're willing.
Dark Lady.
East of here is an old destroyed Alliance siege tower. Now scavengers looted for old nails and scrap. Long ago, many Alliance warriors lost their lives at this tower. Their banner was captured by Urtrak, an orc commander. Blow the horn near the banner. This will get the attention of Urtrak. You may also summon forth warriors who fell in battle long ago.
Our time will come.
Do I have the gullible type? I might actually have it. There it is, the gullible. What do we even get that from? I don't even remember anymore. I mean, Malfurion is a goddamn moron, and Tyranda's arguably worse. Like, of the trio, Illidan is probably the best, and that's really pathetic, to be quite frank. Like, I like Night Elves overall, but that's mostly on, like, the down-to-earth scale of individual Night Elves. Night Elves as a polity and Night Elves as, like, the Night Elven leadership have pretty much always been terrible. Down you go. Even when Tyrande was well written, which she hasn't been for a while, she was still, you know, she was Wonder Woman. She was a militant hardliner extremist. Also an isolationist and a xenophobe. Like, that was her character. They were Amazons. Like, I'm sorry, the Night Elves were Amazons. Okay, so this quest. We might be here a minute. We'll see what kind of luck we get there. Okay, 3 isn't terrible. We need 40 of these things. 3 from 2 is not great, actually. I'm sorry. Astro says, will I go through that... Will I go through that thing that is between BFA and Dragonflight? Yes, Aspros, I will. I apologize for taking so long to notice you. I apologize. No excuse. Oh, trust me, I will not be, the gloves will be off. They'll already be off because of BFA, to be perfectly blunt. Yeah, seriously, Chandris is actually pretty cool, and Gerard has been legit in pretty much 100% of his presentation. Like, Gerard is the kind of military leader that the Night Elves actually lead. And I specifically say military leader because obviously the Night Elves aren't unified in any real sense of the word. And that's fine, all things considered. But the Sentinels should probably be run by someone who is competent and capable and has the ability to understand how to get disparate groups to work together, despite their common differences. That's Gerard. Like, that's his whole shtick. Even if you don't read the books, there's a quest chain in Kata where, like, the dragons and the orcs and the humans and the druids and the elements and the ancients and the Loa all agree we all respect that guy because he's the one who can actually unify us and work with us together and get us to work as a unified force. So, like, Gerard was so much of a better pick, even just in the game. But he doesn't actually intersect with the game much. We saw him once in Kata and we see him once in Legion. I think that's kind of it, is those two tidbits. And yeah, Chandris... Well, I mean, Tyranda's basically bowed out as of Dragonflight. She's gone. And I honestly doubt they'll bring her back for anything substantial. Maybe I should say I hope they won't bring her back for anything substantial. Like, think about this for a second. So Tyrande, at least... I don't want to call her a major character, but she was at least a named character with scenes and cutscenes and voice acting in Dragonflight, Shadowlands, BFA. I don't remember if she was in Legion, but she was in Warlords, and she was in Kata, obviously. She didn't really have much presence in Wrath, but she was involved in BC and Vanilla. That's well over half the expansions. Maybe I shouldn't say well over. I think that's over half the expansion, because I wasn't counting. You're right, she was in Legion. Right. Yep, obviously. This Valshara. She's been a face character for a long time. She needs to go away. Whoop, live. Sorry, this HUD is so terrible. I mean, it's good and customizable, but it's so terrible. I'm done. Everyone else done? Nope. Let's kill a couple more then. Yeah, Legion was when she was like, you know, them Nightborn, they sure suck, yo. I'm not even gonna bring up the fact that, like, her speech to Melisra is the kind of amateur mistake you would expect from a teenager. A head of state should be capable of speaking correctly to someone, rather than just saying, you suck and I hate you, but I'll deal with you for now, because we've got bigger things to deal with. Like, Jesus Christ, Tyrande. Are we done? We're done. Okay, off we go. Bah, bah, bah. And yeah, I'm with Bragwin. Malfurion... Tyrande has Malfurion's balls in a bag, which she keeps around with her. And that's a crude way of putting that, and I absolutely stand by that, because it's so true. Anytime Malfurion has, like, any scrap of decency, it's either thrown away by Tyrande or Illidan. Now, the Illidan thing I actually understand. Generally speaking, his blind spot for Illidan is something that isn't terrible. But good God, that dude is just being held on a leash by Tyrande. Hello. Have you blown the horn by the siege tower yet? We must do this soon. Who knows when Thrallmar will have need of the unyielding. Dark Lady. Glad to hear they joined you in battle. I thought they might come to the sound of their own horn, but I couldn't be sure. Perhaps we have given them some of the vengeance they so desperately crave. You have slain Urtrak, and we must report your victory to Horgarth in the armory. He will understand the risks you took on his behalf. Remember, Hogarth is in the eastern tower. You must report your victory. Maybe he'll be friendly? Of course, he may try to consume your soul. One can never know with spirits such as these. They're still against us and will undoubtedly kill you if they can. Be careful. Our time will come.
Zug Zug.
It is done then. Do you have the void shards?
For the Horde!
Excellent. The warp rift generator is almost complete. There's only one final ingredient. Soon we'll be able to open a warp rift to the deepest parts of the abyss. Who knows what strange creatures may come through. Think of it. The power such knowledge brings will be limitless.
Strength.
My warp rift generator is complete. You can now use it to summon a true prince of the void. A creature whose soul shard will tell us much of what lies beyond. Go and use it, and something will happen, and you will kill Galaxus. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we're straight up an enabler. This guy needs help, and we're like, I got you back, fam. I'll open a rift to the void for you. Are you sure? It's a rift to the void. Yeah, no, that's cool. I got nothing else going on. I need the experience. What? What's funny is, in many ways, the Night Elves did get a bit of a kick in the pants after the events of Warcraft 3, and WoW, for that matter. But writing-wise, the writers haven't really acknowledged that until very recently. I would argue not until, like, Dragonflight. We lost our battle against the fell orcs so very long ago. You've restored some of our lost honor by killing Urtrak. Take one of the weapons with you. When you're fighting our most hated foes, use it, and those who are free will come to aid you. But before you leave, those who died at the tower wish to honor you for destroying our enemies. Oh, that's a lot. Cool. Okay, now we need to do Galaxus, right? That's way over here. So, yes, when the game first came out, Voidwalkers were classified as demons in game code. Now, they even clarified all the way back in Vanilla that they weren't demons in lore, they were just demons in code. I'm not actually sure if or when they fixed that. Let's do it. Giant void thing. Here it comes. Void bear. Up, add. I mean, if Frozen Throne gets added, then I will go ahead and add that to the list. Right now, it's only qualifying for Reign of Chaos, though. Time-wise, right? I'm only budgeting for the time of Reign of Chaos. I think you're right, Asmiristar. How do I feel about the fact that the moral ambiguity of the heroes disappears as Calgons? Like, the good guys never do wrong, and the bad guys are just misunderstood. Can you name an example of that? Because maybe I'm just the idiot here, but in my opinion, the writing of this game has gotten a lot more nuanced over the years. Like, I was actually doing a series of quests in War Within, and so one of the things that blew me away was the fact that the writing was good. Like, really good. And I was just like, wow, and I was talking about it with my friend I was doing the quest with, because obviously I don't play this game solo.
Speak.
Yes, you have saved my life's work. They called me insane. They laughed at me and thought I was mad for my obsession with Void Ridge and Warp Fields. And now with this soul shard, I can unlock this. He crits. Whoa, whoa. I can have a coughing fit. I will command the power of the abyss. Let's see. Is anything worth the damn here? Ooh, yes, I'll take that, please. Thank you.
Farewell.
Thank you for the loot. Go have fun with your void thing. Whatever it is you're doing, you freaking weirdo. I'm not sure I quite agree with it, Auralia. Because, like, we have plenty of really evil people roaming around still. I mean... the main villain of War Within so far is probably a good example of that. Honestly, ditto, Wrecker's Beard. I know you don't care for modern, I don't blame you on that at all. But, like, man, the storytelling has definitely gotten, like a kick up the pants, you know what I mean? I liked Dragonflight, but most of what I liked about Dragonflight was the side stuff. The little side quest, or little flavor quest, or just, you know, sitting and talking with a dwarf. That stuff was legit, but, like, a lot of the MSQ was still weak in Dragonflight. War Within has really been punching up, and I'm down, honestly.
Yo!
I'll never take another shotgun again, I swear. How was I supposed to know the skies over Hellfire Peninsula were that dangerous? Oh, no, absolutely. The stay a while and listen mechanic is getting its own positives, because I love that feature so much. Sorry. You know, we talked about options. I love the fact that you can just optionally sit and get more story. And it's usually voice acted, and it's usually good. Oh, man. Anyways.
Keep it real!
We were shot down by the Burning Legion, even though we waved a flag of truce. Who knew the Burning Legion was so mean? We cannot come with you to Spanbreaker Post. We need to repair our Zeppelin and be on our way.
Hurry back!
In the event of emergency, it's always a pilot's job to keep a level head, especially when the only orders your co-pilot follows comes from his stomach. Good news, we won't need to wait for days for replacement parts to be imported. Bad news, the spare parts got scattered from here to the Valley of Bones to the east. Other bad news, the spare parts aren't so spare. They fell off during our rapid descent. Could you help me collect enough to get off the ground again? Thanks.
Glad I could help!
Appreciate you.
What's up?
I'm starving. There's an irony in that, wouldn't you, a starving cook? According to this tourist map we were following before we were so rudely shot down, there's an area to the southwest near Terrakar. It's called Razorthorn Trail, and it's supposed to be brimming with Ravager eggs. I could cook up quite a feast. If only someone were brave enough to go down there and get me some.
Keep it real!
Oh, yeah. So, so it's actually more efficient to not do the parts quest yet. Remember this, because this was a weird trap back in the day in the flow of these quests. So we're going to go get eggs first. These don't share, of course. Oh, for God's sakes. Go away. Go away. Nobody likes you. Nobody likes you. Go away. Go away. So Wrecker's Beard, do you mind if I ask you a question? I swear it's not about WoW Vanilla. It's secretly about WoW Vanilla. No, I also have a very small story to tell, which I'll tell in just a minute. So, are there any other Bronze or Silver era MMOs you've tried and also, you know, liked? That's actually it. That's the question. I think zone phasing for world changes from quest we get a positive. Probably. We will see that. I mean, there's a moment during the Worgen starter zone that's probably going to get a plus for that. Like, just the moment, you know. I mean, it's Tony. Of course his plan is nuts. Although, I wouldn't throw missiles at a car, generally speaking. Not unless I want to blow up the car. If I do, then sure. I mean, that's fine. So, story. Once upon a time, stupid young Lore was doing this for the first time. And we're not going to hit it before the lunch break, Spartan, 100%. And I was doing this, and I was playing it, and everything was cool, and everything was fun. And then... I'm trying to think of the timeline here, because I want to tell the story correctly. So I started off on my mage, I'm pretty sure, which was kind of my main at the time. And then I quickly shifted over back to my warrior because everyone needed a tank. And so that was just what it was. And then I was told, hey, we need a healer for our raid group. So I leveled a priest. That's Zanej. I actually still have Zanej to this very day. So I leveled Zanej, got her up here, got her out here. Woo! And then a lot of stuff happened, and I was really, really, really depressed. So I decided I was going to go ahead and do one last playthrough of WoW over on the Horde side for the first time, because I never actually gotten anywhere on the Horde yet. And so I made a hunter. I even named her Alone. Now, I've told this bit of story before. I don't want to go down into the sappy land. But what you need to know right now is that the original person who joined me on Alone was Pax. And Pax came over. He was on his shaman. He actually still has that shaman to this day. I also still have Zelona. And we came over here, and I was just like, I don't know, I wasn't quite feeling it. I was just in a bad mood. And the weirdest, dumbest thing happened, because I got to this part of Hellfire Peninsula, and I was like, oh, God, those guys look so cool! I was just speaking of the Ravagers. They had cool attack animation, they had cool move animations, and they just looked cool in general. So I immediately abandoned. I actually had a really rare mount from back in Vanilla on my hunter, but I abandoned that mount and went off and grabbed one of these suckers, and I named her Heartless, because I'm a weirdo. I actually still have Heartless to this very day, and in fact, I still have that hunter to this very day. Heartless then went on to be my main pet for a very long time, and in fact, Heartless was our guild's main tank for quite a while, because we didn't actually have anyone who was willing to level a tank. And I was, generally speaking, the tank, so that was kind of my job. Thanks, by the way. Let me tell you, nothing is quite as frenetic and hectic as doing an endgame dungeon, like a level 70 dungeon, like Shadow Labyrinth or Steam Vaults, with a pet tank. They were pretty good pets in BC. Back then, pets varied a lot more than they do nowadays. I'm going to go ahead and move on here, because I want to get a couple of these quests done before the lunch break. Anyways, that's it. Story over. I just wanted to share that little tidbit.
Time is money, friend.
You had those eggs yet?
Hurry back.
Whenever you have a great cuisine, you need to have another great. You need to have great ingredients. These eggs look great. I've just finished cleaning off my frying pan, so you're more than welcome to join me for a meal. Those eggs are superb, but let's say we kick it up another notch. A side of bacon would round out the meal perfectly, and I know just where to get it. This place is littered with hellbores. Of course, there's no one here to inspect and tenderize the meat, but we're in luck. He produces a flask. This wasn't made for use on pork, but cooking's as much about improvisation as anything else. And now we kill boars. I mean, I literally named Heartless after the Heartless from Kingdom Hearts, so... So let's see, you played FF11, Asheron's Call. First of all, I'm sorry you had to play FF11. Asheron's Call, DOAC, Anarchy Online, SWG, Age of Conan. Wow, Age of Conan. Warhammer Online. Poor Warhammer Online. That was a game that just got completely cut off at the knees. Whether it ever had any, right to be or not, that's a little bit more debatable, but man, that was a game. By the way, notice this is like the 5th quest in a row where we don't actually just loot the thing we need, we loot a thing to loot a thing, or in some cases loot a thing to loot a thing to loot a thing. I've heard that people like FF11. Those people need to be hung with, like, I'm trying to think of a way to turn that positive. Those people need to be killed with, like, really good food. No, that doesn't work either. Help me out here. I mean, like I said, I'm not a huge fan of Warhammer, but I liked Warhammer Online. That had potential. They need to be hung like a horse? No, that's terrible. No! Oh, that's great, Auralia. That sounds fun to me. See, that's the thing. I actually know several people who like FF11, and like I said, if I had infinite time, which I know is a bit of an esoteric thing, but it's true. If I had infinite time, I would love to try out FF11 and really poke at it. I do not. I do not have time for things that do not value my time in return. I'm not trying to be mean. That is just a statement of fact. It's one of the reasons why I tend to dislike stuff like what we're doing right now, to be quite honest with you. But FF14 1.0, I have a lot harder time believing that anybody actually really likes that. Oh, hey. There's our Fel Reaver friend. So let me go ahead and emulate something. So let's say I'm here and I'm like, all right, doing my quest, doing the thing, and trying to focus on the thing, focusing on the thing. I think I'm too far away. No, he's right there. Do you see how, like, easy it is for him to sneak up? I actually lost him for a second. I literally lost him, even though I was deliberately standing in his way. The freaking Fel Reaver is weirdly stealthy. Anybody who's questioned this zone knows what I'm talking about. It is just too easy to find yourself, like, you know, drifting off a little bit. I could... Hang on. Who's taking? You're out of range. Come here and be healed. No! Yeah, no, exactly. If the screen shakes, it's pretty much already too late, because the screen only shakes when he's in range of you. And when he's that big, in range, is like... In aggro rate, he's going to aggro you. Okay, he just decided to kill Maverick there. Good lord. Yeah, I noticed he's only level 31. He's actually lower level than us, but he's still kicking our ass. Oh god, oh god, oh god, I'm out of range. Ah! I got this. There's no actual design to it. In fact, to my knowledge, there's not even mechanics. He's just an elite that happens to be really, really big, and occasionally goes... Roar! Just to remind you that he's there. There, killed him. Boom. Anyways, so yeah, there's another experience for you. Nowadays, he's not as terrifying as he used to be, because he used to be designed to be a level 70 elite. Where are you? There you are. Nowadays, he's merely, you know, a Hellfire Peninsula elite. Oh, stretch. And yeah, you get a quest later to actually kill one of these suckers to get into Shattered Halls, I believe, specifically. Anyways, I'm glad we actually got to show that off, kind of unintentionally, too. Here, let me get some heals out, let me get some prod out. Horde. Okay.
Talk to me!
Were you successful in purifying the hellbore meat?
Glad I can...
This looks edible, if spiced properly. Just don't tell Screed where his breakfast came from, okay?
Keep it real!
Screed likes to his flying... Screed likes to say his flying is smooth as butter. I think Butterfingers is more like it. Take a look at that wreckage over there. He calls that a rough landing. Yeah, sure, we got shot at, but I'd be willing to cut him more slack if he didn't brag about his piloting skills so often. I think I'm going to make him a batch of wings just to drive the point home. In the east, you'll find the final thing, so go get them.
Glad I could help!
Okay. Unfortunately, I never got into DAOC. You could probably guess why. Can you guess why right now, without me even telling you? I played it, of course. I played all the MMOs, but never got into that one. We also bounced off Anarchy Online pretty early. DOEC standard for Dark Age of Camelot. It was one of the first Silver Era MMOs. Like one of the very, very, very first. I'm not sure the exact timeline, but it was pretty soon after the big three. Oh. Really? God damn it, game. ...2001. That sounds about right. So I'll go ahead and tell you, since nobody even bothered to guess. The reason I never got into Dark Age of Camelot is because none of my friends did. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I play MMOs to play co-op games. I like hanging out with my friends and playing online games with them. And especially back in the day, that was an extremely small list. Like, you think there's no online co-op games now. Think about back in 2000. One of the reasons we stuck with Asheron's Call for so long, even into the Silver Era, was not because it was so great, but because there really wasn't anything else that we would get into. And by we, I mean, you know, the group, the whole group. Yeah, there's a whole... What did they call it? They had a term for it. It was like keep battles or like Regency battles or something like... God, I'm trying to remember what it was. It's been a long time. There was this whole like castle versus castle thing. No, I don't mean like the lineage thing. That's different. It was something Dark Age. Was it Realm versus Realm? Was that it? God. I apologize. I'm going off of pretty vague memories here. I don't remember if I answered it back then, Blue Fusion Volt. Do you mind repeating it just so I can answer it now that you're here? Yeah, Guild Wars 2 actually has done some really good stuff with WVW. They didn't just fire and forget it, which a lot of games in general, not just MMOs, will be like, here you go. Here's your verses, here's your PvP thing, and then they just walk away from it. They just completely walk away from it and never maintain it and update it, add new content, add new features, bug patches, follow the meta, interact with the community, etc. Guild Wars 2 does not do that. I'm not a huge WVWer, but Guild Wars 2 at least bothers to maintain their freaking PvP mode. Yeah, ESO at launch was supposed to be a really big PvP game. You remember that? It was even in the launch trailer. Anyways. So when was Gear most interesting to play around with in WoW? Honestly, and you're going to laugh at me, I would say there's two eras in which Gear has been most interesting in WoW, for me personally. One is Pandaria, because in Pandaria they were really stretching and experimenting with which kind of cool, interesting, and fun things they could do with what the gear could do. This was especially true in the trinkets. You remember the trinkets of Pandaria, for those of you who were there for it? They just put all kinds of wild stuff on trinkets, and a single trinket could completely change your playstyle on a given spec, and it was awesome, and I loved it. The other example of that was Vanilla. Back in Vanilla, and a little bit into BC, gear wasn't designed, to put that as nicely as I possibly can. And as a direct consequence of that, I've actually already talked about this, as a consequence of that, you would just kind of coincidentally into interesting stuff. Well, let me use a specific example. My Hunter, all the way back in... Shut up, Rucker's Spirit. All the way back in BC, remember, Salona. She was pulled into a raid gear during Hyjal, I think. Raid guild during Hyjal, I think I've mentioned that. I was obviously very under-geared, and within a very short period of time, I quickly figured out a way to do a non-standard gear, and in a way that made me way more feasible for the big raids. Now, you're probably thinking, what the hell could you do on a Hunter that's non-standard? Well, I had two one-handers. And I had each of them imbued with an enchant, an oil actually, mono oil, which gave them MP5 on hit or something like that. And so what I would do on my Hunter, because remember back then Hunters had mana, is in between doing my big burst, in which I would just basically empty my entire mana tank on a boss, I would then either find an ad or get up into melee on the boss and start meleeing, which would regenerate my mana. And in the doing, I would be able to then go ahead and burst again. Now, I'm sure other people came up with that idea separate from me, and they probably came up with better versions of that than me, but I was rather proud of that particular little thing. And it got to the point where several people in Guild used to be really pissy at me for rolling on things because I said it was a Hunter weapon. Some of you in chat know why I say that so strangely. One moment.
Yo!
Can't wait to see the look in his face when he digs in. Ever since the crash, he's been complaining. And then all he thinks about is food. Well, someone's got to feed us while he tinkers with his Zeppelin.
Keep it real.
Ravager eggs? Bam. Hellboar bacon? Bam. Buzzard wings? Bam, bam. What a great meal. You gotta try it. Actually, it does sound good, and I'm getting hungry.
Talk to me.
You found enough the parts? If not, I might have to use that frying pan the Gus keeps waving around. Then I'll have to rename the Zeppelin the flying skillet.
Glad I could help.
Some of this is in pretty bad shape, but there should be enough to work with here. With some creative engineering, I'm confident I can make it work.
Keep it real.
If I can get the Zeppelin's frame repaired, I need to find something else to power it. I'm all out of fuel. There's no place to fill up around here. To the south of us, however, there's a place called the Warp Field. It's full of rogue, uncontrolled void walkers, but I like to think of them as walking batteries. If you bring me enough of their assets, I can convert the Zeppelin's engine to run on it.
Hurry back.
Oh, Jesus, Riker's beard. So, for those of you not familiar with it, hang on 1 second. For those of you who weren't around for it, hunters used to be like, that's a hunter weapon, because hunters could equip a lot of different things. And so several hunters got a bad rep of being, ninjas, basically. People who would steal loot from other classes who need them more. And it was such a common thing, especially in vanilla, but also in BC, that it became a whole meme. Oh, it's a hunter weapon. Everything's a hunter weapon. The thing was, I really did think that those one-handed weapons, those one-handers were a hunter weapon, and I could prove it. I could have the math to back it up and the logs to back it up. But I got a lot of flack for that. And that led to some class trauma. How many of you remember class trauma? So I was actually hunter lead back in the day. A very common thing was that each class, or in some cases a role, would have a specific lead. So any given raid team would have at the very least like a tank lead, a healer lead, and a DPS lead, right? Stuff like that. Well, back with the 25-man raids, we usually had leads per class, and I was the lead of the hunter raid. And so I'd be like, hey, don't let them bully you on this. If you feel like you can make this work, push for it and try to get that loot. And they're like, nah, I'd rather save my points for ranged weapons. And I'm like, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. That's up to you. And I used to get into fights, like actual honest-to-God fights with some of the other DPS leads, because they would argue that, you do not have the right to bid on certain types of loots because you're playing a hunter. And that turned into a whole political thing, where there was actually an argument in the guild that to try and establish rules on who could roll on what. They lost that fight, for reference, because I know this is going to sound funny, but I actually know how to handle a debate. Even back then. I did have to compromise on one thing, though. The main idea was anytime a hunter wanted to roll in a weapon that was not ranged, or, anything like that, they had to justify it. And that meant someone had to get involved. Someone had to get involved in the loot council, which we did have a loot council. Most guilds had a loot council, and say, is this actually valid? And guess what? That was my job. So, Blue Fusion Bolt. Sorry, you asked a question, and then like 70 other people asked questions, and I just keep getting derailed. I apologize. Yeah, this quest is terrible. All these quests are so bad. I've already given another negative for these quests. God, Hellfire Peninsula is so terrible. Like, it's decent, and then, I told you, the moment you hit Spine Shatter Outpost, Spinebreaker Ridge, it just goes to hell immediately. I can't wait to get to Zangarmarsh. Don't worry, Zangarmarsh is not that much better. So is this the type of game that even if you got the items, complete the quest before accepting it, you have to collect it again because the items you got don't count? No, because it's even worse than that. It's actually not even possible to loot the items you need until you have the quest to get them. There are actually a couple of exceptions to that. Back in vanilla, there was something called the Green Hills of Stranglethorn. And those were not actually quest items. They were just items that were needed by a quest. So you could actually get the entire Green Hills of Stranglethorn by inventory's full, without ever actually needing to deal with that.
I have many lucky doos you like.
But trust me when I say those are the exceptions, not the rules. All of this crap. Get out of inventory. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh my gosh.
May your feet find good trails.
Yeah, at least Zangarmarsh doesn't look like this. We'll have different music, too. Zangarmarsh is also going to be smaller than Hellfire is so huge. We're honestly only about halfway through this zone for a bit of perspective. I know we got delayed twice, but like this frickin' zone. I was going to complain about that, Mr. Ed, but then I realized that you're on a US account. Never mind, I take it back. Okay, so hang on. Auralia mentioned something earlier I wanted to respond to. Two-headed mace with intellect. Look. Ah, I actually did give that a positive, Auralia. Whoop, whoop, I also overshot my quest objectives. Look, it's not your fault that WoW differentiates by region and has no option to cross-region. Which is really, really stupid. We could play Overwatch with people across the world with no issues. We can kind of play StarCraft 2 with no issues, and we can kind of play Heroes of the Storm with no issues. But we can't play WoW. We cannot play WoW. I cannot play with my European viewers unless they make a brand new account, buy the game again, and start over here in the Americas, or I start over in the European region. Why?
Time is money, friend. Glad I could
This is perfect. In fact, I think I'm going to work so well I might have to redesign the engine to take advantage of all this extra power. I mean, when we get out of here, I'll have to show my design to everyone at Area 52. Hey, look.
Hurry back.
One of our very first trinkets. It's a really crap trinket, but it is a trinket. We now have a trinket. How many of you, especially on alts, was this your first trinket on a character? Yeah, WoW, that's right, sorry. So Diablo 3 requires you to start over, but does not require you to buy the game again. So this trinket, you use it and increases your dodge by 143, which is a decent chunk for 10 seconds. It's got a 90-second cooldown, so it's basically once per fight. I was gonna say, there's one in Tannerus. No, that wasn't Tannerus. That was Dustwallow. That was my first trinket. Points if you know the one I'm talking about. See you around, Kenixcow.
Speak quickly. Victory for Sylvanas.
Good day. How was your stay in Hellfire Peninsula? I trust it's been fruitful.
Goodbye.
A report from Albrecht. Very good. The Royal Apothecary Society works feverishly to determine how the orcs of the Hellfire Peninsula became fell orcs. Their betrayal is unforgivable, and we must ensure our orc friends are forever safe from future corruption.
Trust no one.
I have a device, the demoniac scryer, that can analyze fell magic. I'd have you use the scryer, but you must first appease the scryer. You see, the scryer has trapped within it a creature of vast intelligence, and its needs are, shall we say, eccentric. To appease it, you must kill orcs, specifically Shattered Hand orcs. It demands their souls. Return to me when you've reaped the souls. Yeah, sure, let's go reap some souls to a scryer. That sounds great. Exactly, Kira White Noise. It's just, it's whatever. It's whatever. There's the Fell Reaver. So since nobody guessed it, the trinket I used all the time was the riding crop. It was worth it. That 2% of what it was worth it. Anything to go a little bit. Oh yeah, sorry, the carrot and the stick. The riding crop was from BC. But yes, the carrot and the stick is what I was referencing. It was a quest from Dustwallow to go into Zul'Farrak. Yeah, trinkets kinda weren't in vanilla. They had no idea what they were doing with them yet, frankly. I mean, whether it's good, bad, or in between, that's up to you. Even I have spoken positively about vanilla itemization, but like, they okay, I was out of range. They really did not know what to do with trinkets at all. And so yeah, you'd have the Luffa, which would remove bleeds, because why not, right? I mean, my sister agrees with me completely.
Dark Lady watch over you. Our time will come.
I've apparently been muted for some time. Apparently, how long have we been muted? Because that would be when she was smashing the keyboard. Which means you probably haven't heard anything for like several minutes now. I am not repeating all of that. So what I'm gonna do now?
Go back and read it.
No, I'm not going through all that again.
I was telling them.
Oh, do quest. There you go. There's the reading quest. So I want to show you something, okay? I want you to understand what this was like. Now, I'm going to assume for a moment that we actually had a proper ground mount back in the day. That's not hard to
predict. I did have a proper ground mount.
I did too, actually.
I only had a 60% flying mount.
I didn't have a flying mount at all because I was doing this quest and I was too low. Here we go. So let's assume that I've got this mount, okay? Here we go. Cool. So, remember these terrible, terrible quests? Well, check this out. Just for yourself. So let's say, let's go over here.
Do your best to avoid the mobs.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, you got aggro.
It's okay. He de-aggroed.
It's hot.
Okay. Quest. All right, now, to go turn in. Okay, so we just turned in the blood quest, right? Blood quest.
Now you gotta go do the next one.
Hang on. Now he's like, hey, go kill these orcs. And she's like, hey, go burn their stuff. Okay, sure.
I'm still here, chat.
She is still alive. Okay, so we go to the peon quest, and we kill those, and we kill the one dude with the name, and then we kill those other guys. Okay, then we head back. Some of you may know that one of the things that I am actually known for in this game is being capable of being very efficient with questing.
That's not true in Hellfire Peninsula because it's not capable of being true in Hellfire Peninsula.
Well, I was going to say, because like, if you remember, we also had those quests over there. So usually I'd go to those quests, then these quests turn in, and then do, and try to make a triangle of it. But as she points out, that doesn't really save any time. Not really.
Oh, wait, you've got the next... You need to take the flight path because you've got the next...
Oh, yep.
You got to go to the next zone.
Yep, okay. So
no,
anyways...
Go take the flight path.
Moving on.
You know how slow the flight path is.
Moving on immediately. Yeah, no, again, we are reviewing the game in the modern sense. But I wanted you to at least get, like, a tiny, tiny snippet of what it used to be like. This is one of the reasons I keep talking about how large this zone is.
You need to at least one time take the flight path across the zone.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
For my dear beloved sister. I don't remember where it is. It should be like over here. Yep, there it is. Nope. Oh, it's Thanksgiving. I'll have to do that. Where's the flight path? There it is. Behind the building. Somewhere. Here we go. Okay.
Greetings.
Okay, so.
Farewell.
Let's go turn in our quest to Spinebreaker Ridge. That speed difference is so weird to see in action.
Mm-hmm. Yep, there went a...
Uh-huh. But a comparison point there. Like you do. I should mention...
This was so much faster.
Yeah, this was faster than the flying mounts we had.
Yeah.
So this was like the peak speed.
If you had the flying mount.
There were some specific cases where it was actually faster to go ahead and use an upgraded speed, so another mount at this point in time. But even that was only faster in certain specific cases. It depended on where you were going. For example, I can actually use a specific example. I kind of mentioned this earlier. If I'm going from...
the flight path is 100% flying speed.
It's actually a little faster than that, but yeah.
So it's whatever. It's about 100% flying speed, but your flying mount was only 60% flight.
So, like, going from Netherstorm to Hellfire Peninsula was faster on your own flight mount, because a flight path would be like, and then go over to Blade's Edge, and then go down to Zangarmarsh, and then go
and you could barely make it across.
Yep.
If you had the blast one.
Yeah.
Blast.
The flast one is exactly what it's called, legally.
You could not make it across if you did not have the fast one.
God, it was a thing. It was such a thing. And now we have dragon flying. The best thing this game has ever done. We played the minimum change game, right? What's the one change that would suddenly make FF14 super amazing? Dragon flying. Alright, also, ding. I haven't talked about talents for a minute. And I won't for a minute more.